Okay, so it started. Okay, so first of all, do you guys have any question about last class? Or anything that you did not understand properly or any confusion? Okay, so looks like everything is, sorry?
We're good.
Okay. So in this class, like, I mean, is anyone in this class like who is working as an already as a QA, or I mean, or everyone is just about to start a new career?
We all are new here in class.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm just checking. It's okay. Okay, so let me just share my screen. Give me one moment. So are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So according to our outline, just let me just open my PowerPoint. Okay, so according to our outline, this is we are basically considering this part is the software fundamental part. So we already covered the rest, not the rest, the first four, and this is the last one, web fundamentals, where we have to know about web design. Okay, so uh, at least like when we will complete this today's class and next class, then we'll about to know like how to create a web page. Okay, so the good thing about is like at least you will able to create a web page for you. So why this is necessary, why we have to learn HTML, or how much HTML, CSS, JavaScript do we have to learn? First of all, we are going to play around with the web application, okay, and we'll automate the web application. So that's the reason like we have to know about like how the application is built. We have to gather some knowledge. Also, the most important thing is we have to know HTML, CSS, JavaScript, because let me just open a website. Because like when you will manually work, let's say if you have a new feature to work on, okay, so let's say if you have a new feature, like you have to check this logo is displayed or not. Okay, so when I'm saying, okay, so you have a new feature to work on, can you please test like if the logo is displayed or not? So manually by your eyes you can identify, oh, okay, this is the logo. You don't have to do anything. But whenever you will start automation, you will write your automation script. Your automation script, how does it find or identify the element, which one is the logo? Because this will be an automation script. So that's the reason you have to identify the element through the locators. So there are 8 locators there, and to identify the element, we have to know about the HTML, we have to know about the CSS, we have to know about the JavaScript a little bit. So for example, if you want to identify this element, this is probably just right click, inspect. So inside this, they're using some code which you will not understand at this moment, but after the class, or let's try this one just for an easy example. So can you see new releases? You can also see new releases here. So this is basically the backend part from the browser side. So after the class, we will understand like how to create a HTML page and how to identify the element. So the main goal is we'll learn HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to identify the element and like to understand like how the application works in from the browser side. So let's start. So I think I'll cover HTML today's class, and next class we'll cover CSS and JavaScript, and after that we'll start Java programming. Okay, so first of all, we have to know what is internet. Okay, so internet is basically connection of computers. Okay, for example, you have a computer, I have a computer, the QA Learning Training Center has a computer. So all the computers are connected. So all the computers are connected based on what? Based on a cable or based on a signal, something like. So all we are connected in a same network, let's say based on a cable. So internet means you are connected with some other computers. For what? For exchanging data. For example, what we are doing at this moment, we are actually exchanging data. When I'm talking, that means you are getting the information based on the signal, and when you guys are responding, I'm getting the signal from your side. So just make it simple. Internet is basically connection of computers. For what? For exchanging information over a network. Okay. So does anyone has any idea like how the internet works? I mean, if all of we are probably using internet every day. Without internet, it's tough to stay at least for a day. So anyone has any idea how internet works?
I have sort of idea, but I don't know if I'll be able to explain it. So, like for example, so if we upload a picture to Facebook or Instagram, just for an example. So
Mm-hmm.
once we do that in our computer, so from my computer, it will go to the nearest server building. I don't know, it's some sort of server building, they say. So from there, so the first thing when we try to upload the picture, okay, so this picture will be broken into many pieces. So these small pieces will be then send it to the router, and this router send the signal to the server building. Let's say there's a big server building, or which maintain the network. And from there, it's immediately upload the picture. That's kind of sort of thing. I know. I don't know how to explain.
Yes, but to be honest with you, at the back end, like there are so many things happening with just like milliseconds, within just a milliseconds. There are so many things happening. So thank you so much for your response. And the other thing is like in our class, when I'll ask you something, you guys have to participate with the questions because it would be easier for you to be comfortable. Because when you will face the job interview, that time you will have to convince the interviewer. So there will be in some situation, definitely. So let's say you don't know about a questions. So how do you respond? So you should respond in a smart way that so that he can understand like you are smart. For example, like let's say if he's asking any question me, okay, tell me what is variable in Java, or let's say how do you use variable in your script. Let's say you don't know how to use variable in your script. and your interviewer asked you, how do you use variable in your script? Let's say you don't know about it. So how are you going to respond? You're going to respond like, okay, I don't know. And sorry, I don't know. No, that's not the best answer. Because if you say I don't know, that means you don't know anything, because this is an very important interview question. So the interviewer will probably ask you like 10, 15, 20 questions. So if you miss one questions, that means it's a bad impact. So the smartest way to answer these questions is, even though if you do not know these questions, but if you know what is variable, just start explaining what is variable. Okay, just try to use like, oh, okay, you know what a variable is, like named temporary location where we keep our the value. And in our last company, we did this. Just try to talk like at least 2-3 minutes. And after that, you can say, oh, okay, you know what, in our company, we did not start the automation yet. So I actually can't say at this moment, like how we're going to use the variable. So then the interviewer will think, okay, this guy knows a little bit about variable, because he just talked like at least 1 or 2 minutes. So this is the smartest way to handle the interview. Okay, so even if you do not know any questions, try to just talk around about the particular topic, what it is, and then in your company, what's your plan about it, this and that, just instead of saying, okay, I don't know. So the more you will talk, the more you will ask questions to me, that'll be easier for you. So in this class, it is a practice of like talking, it is a practice of researching, it is a practice of writing script, everything. So just because I'm teaching you automation, that doesn't mean you are just listening and you are just practicing home. No, that's not the main thing. You have to be talkative in the class, because this will in order to talk, it does not come like one day. So it's a practice, you can say. Okay, so let's go back to the topic. So internet. First of all, as I said, like internet is what? It's a connection of computers over a network. Okay, so let's say your father has 3 sons, right? So everyone has a like unique name. We use name. No father, he will not keep the same name to his son, like to his 2 sons, the same name. So every father they usually give a unique name to his son. So why we give the name to the son? Why? To identify the particular person, right? So in internet, we have a unique identifier, okay, which we call the IP address. Okay, so the IP address basically identifies a particular computer. So let's say we have 10% here. We have 10 computers currently running, and each of the computer has unique IP address. Why? So that the internet can identify the particular computer. Okay, so I'm just giving you a brief explanation how internet works. So let's say, okay, so let's say I'd like to visit google.com. Okay, so what's going to happen in google.com? So internet is a connection of computer I just mentioned. Okay, but when I'm trying to access google.com, that means there is a computer that is currently running using the internet and which has the Google server on. So I have to send a request to the Google server so that Google server will respond and Google server will give me the homepage. So how the request goes, when you type google.com and press enter, the first message request goes to your ISP, which means internet service provider. It could be Optimum, it could be Verizon. Okay, so the first request goes to your internet service provider. what the internet service provider does, it basically sends your message to DNS server. Okay, so what is a DNS server? DNS server is a particular server. Let's just think about, like, in our phone storage, we keep people name and we keep people number, right? Let's say two of the person has same name but different phone number, I mean. So how do you identify them, which one is whose number, based on their number sometimes, because as they have the same name. So what DNS server does, when you will type google.com, DNS server will check in his book, like, okay, so google.com has any IP address. If google.com has IP address, which one is google.com's IP address? Means which one is the IP address for the server that is running by Google. So DNS returns this to our ISP, means our Optimum or Verizon again, and Optimum then give us or take us this information here. Next, so this is the first one. When you were sending a request, this is the client computer. It goes to internet service provider. Okay, www.google.com, it goes to internet service provider, let's say Verizon or Optimum or something else. And then it goes to the DNS server. Okay, so then why? Because DNS server will basically identify which exact computer this server is running. So it is giving you, or it is returning you the IP address of that particular computer that Google server running. So right now it sends back the information again. So right now the computer, the browser has the IP address. Okay. In the, after that, this browser sends another request based on the IP address to the ISP. And this time ISP does not goes to DNS server. This time ISP goes to the internet cable, the nearby internet cable, and it will search the particular IP address, like where is the computer located that has a Google server. So it just found, okay, so this is the computer that is currently running by Google server. So it will send a request, Mr. Google, I need the Google homepage information. So the server responds, okay, I can give you the homepage information. So it returns the homepage information here. Okay. So basically what it basically returns signal, means basically returns his data. Basically returns his data. The data are converted by the browser into three ways. One is HTML, the other one is CSS, and the other one is JavaScript. So then the browser rendered everything and return or display as a homepage, which is good. So just to check my words based on the IP address, because Google server is somewhere, somehow running by a computer. Okay, so even though if you type that particular computer's IP address instead of google.com, it will also return you the Google page. For example, Google IP address is, so instead of, as you can see, like if you go search by google.com, the Google homepage is displaying. So instead of this, if we search by this IP address, it's 216.582.10.46. This is the IP address where Google server is running. We'll get the same result. You can see. So you can try on Facebook. So this is how basically internet works. So what we have learned, that first of all, our browser sends an request to the ISP. The ISP pass this request to DNS server. DNS server converts your google.com into a unique IP address, or like where your IP address or which computer is your server running. It returns very quickly, and then our browser sends another information or sends another request through the internet, and it finds the server in the connection. So why we need submarine cable? So because let's say Google office is San Francisco, and you are trying to access from Bangladesh. Okay, so there we must need a connection through the cable or through the satellite. So the submarine cables basically establish those connection from one region to another region. Okay, so if you just go to submarinecablemap.com, you will be able to understand like how all the submarine cables are connected with each other in the world. Okay, so this is why submarine cables are required in order to connect your internet from one region to another region, because all the companies are not in just only United States. Google is in Google office is in San Francisco, California. Let's say Adidas office is in UK. So those submarine cables, they're basically establishing connection from one region to another region, so that we can access someone else's website or information through this connection. So this is how it works. If you just want to take some knowledge, you can just take a look at this submarine cable. Okay, so next part, what is web page? So web page is, as you can see, this is my document, right? So if I'd like to open this document in the browser, I can't, because this is a document. Web page is basically what is displaying on the browser. Okay, so a web page is basically what we're displaying on the browser, what we can access from anywhere in the world through the browser. So now the question is, how does web page works? So first of all, in order to use a web page, what do you need? You need a browser. Even though if you're on your mobile phone, still you have to open your, if you're using iPhone, you need to open Safari. If you're in Android phone, you need to open Chrome. If you're in a computer, you can have like multiple options: Chrome, Safari, Firefox, Internet Explorer, everything. So in order to use a particular website, we need like a specific browser. Okay, so it could be Chrome, could be Firefox, could be Safari. So what are all those browser does? Okay, so the browser basically look up and check your requested IP address, okay, for the website that you're requesting. For example, when you're requesting www.google.com, so the browser actually does the mechanism, like it sends the request to everyone, and then it returns the information, and it displays, it rendered the data, okay, based on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and then it returns a beautiful website or beautiful homepage. Okay, so basically, browser is doing a lot of works on the backend side. So the main purpose of a browser is basically interpreting the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript data. So there is three things that a browser consists. Why? Because he can use PHP to develop his browser. Someone else, he can use Angular JavaScript to build a website. But what our browser does, it converts every web page into HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, so even if you want to check even if you want to check this page backend side, just click on right click and inspect element. You'll be able to see all HTML, CSS, and there are some JavaScript. Okay, so yep, so there are some JavaScript. So browser actually converts all our data into three parts. One is HTML, the second one is CSS, the third one is JavaScript. So what is HTML then? So HTML is basically, I would say, the structure of your website. So for example, let's say if you're going to build a house, right? What are you going to do first? First of all, you have to make some rooms, okay? You have to come up with a plan. So the structure means, like for your house, your rooms are different structure. You have a bedroom, you have a dining room, you have a kitchen, you have a toilet. These are the structure, okay? So HTML basically provides the structure. So if we just take a look at this particular website, so in this particular website, HTML, how HTML provides the structure, HTML says, okay, we can have some text here, we can have the search icon, we can have these images, we can have these links, if you can just see. So HTML says, okay, these will be the required things, but what fonts we're going to use, what design we're going to use, that's not the task of HTML. HTML just declares the, just defines or declares the structure. Just like your house, you are just building your house. So let's say you just build your house, but you haven't designed anything, you haven't painted anything, you haven't do any interior design, nothing. So HTML is basically the structure of your website. It could be image, it could be text, it could be logo, it could be button, it could be input field, everything. So this is HTML. Now, what is CSS? So CSS is basically designing your HTML code. So for example, let's say if you're building a house and all of the rooms are, I mean, you build all the rooms, okay? So now what you're gonna do, you basically do the interior design, you basically do the painting. So this painting, color, design, these are called CSS or cascading style sheet. That's why we need CSS. So for example, if we consider this website, we used HTML for those text, okay? But which font we're gonna use, which font size we're gonna use, that is declared by CSS. I mean, CSS is basically handling the design part. Like it should be bold, italic, or normal, or is it should be like 10 size, 12 size, 16 sizes. This is basically declared by the CSS. So CSS is basically handling the design side. So let's say when you are using a button by HTML, CSS will declare, okay, so do you want to radius button? Do you want to different button? We have like thousands of, button designs. So CSS basically displays the, or CSS basically customize the design of HTML. Next is JavaScript. So JavaScript basically is, it's basically play around the logic, okay? So sometimes, so let's say, for example, in your mobile phone, just think about the mobile phone. So in your mobile phone, when you're checking the website, when you are checking the apps of your weather, so you basically don't do anything. The weather application is always updated. At 6 o'clock, it's like in one type of weather. At 12 o'clock, it's the weather is a different type of weather. At night, it's a different type of weather. So always it's updated. Means it's updated based on a logic. So JavaScript is basically plays the logic with your page. Okay. So HTML is basically what? HTML is the website structure. CSS means we'll use CSS to customize our HTML design or HTML structure. JavaScript is where we will use some logic, which will be always like give you the proper idea. So if you just take a Google website, when received this HTML code, when you send a request to google.com, okay? So when initially you will receive this Google code, so you will be able to see just like this. You can see the input field is kind of not good in design. Google, these are two buttons. That means we have just received the HTML code, okay? So when we receive the CSS code, it will be like this. As you can see, they have used the light border. They have used some kind of shadows. Okay. Also, in this button, they have designed some of the buttons, and also they have very good and nice like UI design at this moment. So it looks more professional now. So this is what CSS does. What JavaScript does, when you will search something on Google here, it actually works based on your search, and it returns the data based on your search. So which is playing around the logical operation. So these are the three things. Next is how can how can we identify an element locally? Okay, so let's click on this TechCrunch. TechCrunch is the website where you'll be able to know all the IT news. So how to identify element? I mean, how can you identify an element? So in this web page, every element is called an web element. Okay, it could be text, it could be an image, it could be an icon, it could be anything else, and paragraph. So let's say this one. Okay, so how can you identify an element? You have to identify an element, you have to right click and you have to inspect. Okay, so as you can see, we have identified the element here. So let's say this text is somehow written in the backend also. Otherwise, we are not able to see it. So let's find it where it's written. So it's written here. 5 VCS discuss HANA, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so just double click and say we are changing the text. Welcome to Google. Or let me try something here. So that would be easier. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, okay, so let's say this is a text and we have to identify the text, Google search. So first of all, right click and then inspect element. That means this particular web element is displaying because of this code. So let's say it says Google search. So this is the place where basically it's showing the text. So let's say I'm writing Facebook search. See, so I have changed it. How does it happens? So I have changed it because when I send the request to google.com, Google send me his data and all the information are now in my computer. Okay, so when you are changing it to changing the text from in the HTML, so you're able to see your local copy. Okay, but if you're just click on the refresh, that means Google your browser is sending another request to the server and it's receiving the original information from the server again. So that's why it is always updated, because the server does not have Facebook search, the server has Google search. So this is how like you can identify an element. Right click, you have to click on the right click and you have to click on the inspect element. So even though if you change anything locally, that doesn't mean like these informations are also changed in the server, because you don't have the server access. Coming to the editors, you can use some of the editors like brackets. So if you're a professional web designer or web developer, you can use Atom. This is more professional, but we don't need like that much web. I mean, we don't need that much experience or that much skills on web design because we are basically here for the automation engineering course. So that's the reason like we can easily use brackets because it has a lot of function. Okay, so how to verify a web page? So let's say this is google.com, right? So when you will type google.com, so when you type google.com, let's say Google server is hacked by any of the company, hacker. So when you are typing google.com, it is displaying the exactly same information, but it is basically giving you a different address, or basically moving you a different address. So let's say if you're in a particular website, and when you will go to the payment page, instead of the payment page information, instead of Nike's payment page information, it is basically navigating you to a third-party website, okay, which is not Nike's, because the website is somehow hacked. So how and when you are providing your information, it could be a huge risk for you, because they will have all of your information, so they can take your money, right? So how can you basically identify a web page, or how can you verify a web page? So first of all, there are two ways to verify a web page. One is based on the URL, okay, and the other one is based on the title. So as you can see, this is the title and this is the URL. So even though if you search something, let's say books, this google.com is here. If I would like to open a website, I am not able to use this google.com again. So this part is called the base URL. Okay, this part is called the base URL, which will basically display with the homepage, and the rest part is called the path URL, because when you are searching books, that means in this path or in this folder on their server, those informations are available. Okay, so this is how we basically identify, or we basically verify a web page. So if I'm saying, okay, so what are the two ways that we can verify a web page? We can verify through the URL, and we can verify through the title. So if it is saying Google and saying like facebook.com, that means we are on the wrong side, or someone hacked our website. If it is saying Google, it's saying Apple in the title, that means we have some issues is ongoing. So we always have to take a look. Just because you are browsing, even though on your phone or computer, make sure like you're always checking the title and URL, because this is important for even what we do. We mostly buy something from phone, or using the phone's browser or computer browser. So it's important, like at least you can check those two information. So this URL or title, we can verify a page, web page, I mean. Okay, so the next thing, what does a web page contain? Okay, so basically a web page can contain text. A web page can contain, let me just go back to the page. Okay, so a web page can contain text. Okay, a web page can contain image. These are image. A web page can contain icons. Web page can contain input field where you can type something. And then web page can contain paragraph. These are called paragraph. And this is heading. This is heading. Okay, web page can contain button. Some of the web page like YouTube, it can contain video, it can contain audio. Also web page can contain, if we go to the okay, so web page can also contain radio button, checkboxes. This is checkbox. Okay, and this is, we can consider a radio button. And web page can contain some input fields, headings, this and that. So these are the basic things that a web page can contain, like text, text box, password box, link text, radio button, checkbox, drop down, button, audio, video, scroll bar, table. These are the basic things a web page can contain. I already explained what is base URL and path URL. So why we need QA in website, or QA in any application? So because we will basically cover the client side, the user side. Okay, so we'll basically mostly test, mostly write our script based on the user's side, because we can consider ourselves as an user, so that user will not able to find any issues, and our business will, not face any challenges for that. So as an user, what does the user do on a website? They sometimes type text, they click, drag and drop, scroll. These are the basic stuff. So for example, if you are on this particular website, what are you going to do? First of all, you will type the particular website name, then you will click, then you will drag and drop if you want, or if they have options. So these are the basic stuff that we do in the website. So as a user perspective, these are the basic stuff that we and the user does every day. Either they're typing, they're clicking, they're drag and drop, or they're scrolling something. And website has basically two parts. One part is the front end, or GUI, means graphical user interface. This is called the front end part. Okay. And for backend part, if you just click on right click, you are able to, oops, you're able to see thousands of lines of codes over there. So this we can consider backend. Also, we have a server where we have all the information that is located. We have APIs for the backend. We'll learn later on. So this is the two parts of, or two portions of our website. And finally, when we will write our automation script, so we will use camel casing or our naming convention. So for example, if I'm telling you, okay, write a script to cover this search function. Okay, so let's say in your script, in your programming language, when you will writing, or when you're giving it a name, so let's say you're naming it is search. Search. So does it make sense? It doesn't make any sense. So let's say you are able to understand your own code, but when you will write your code will be sent another person for review. So he doesn't know what is search. What are you doing with search? Are you testing? What are you doing with search? So it doesn't make any sense. So in coding, when you will write your code for a particular feature, it is important to have a meaningful name of your code. Okay, so for example, if I'm testing the search functionality, so we can write search functionality testing. Okay, so this is called camel casing, where a new word will be connected and the first letter will be obviously the capital. So now if any person is checking your script, and if he sees, okay, the name of the script is search functionality testing, so he can understand, okay, this guy is basically checking the functionality of search function. Okay, so he's not actually, but instead of this, if you just write like search, it doesn't make any sense. It could be anything. It could be an image test, it could be an input test field, it could be the functionality test, it could be the search box is displaying here or not. So let's say if you want to check the search section is displaying, so you can type like search input field display test. Okay, so right now, from now on, you have to practice like the naming convention based on the camel casing. So camel casing is basically you are connecting two different words, and you're just using the capital letter of the first one. So everybody's like following camel case. So for example, iPhone is they're also using camel casing. You can see if you type on Google, you will see the first word I is smaller, and then when they're connecting with another word phone, so they're using the P as a capital. So same in JavaScript. So it would be easier for the other person to understand what is your codes or what is your name means, because if you're a meaningful name is like very important. Otherwise, it doesn't mean like when you are writing your code, that doesn't mean like you're the only person that you're going to use it. No. So your code has to be reviewed by someone, And after like 2 or 3%, when they will review your codes, then they will approve it, and then it will go to the production for live. Okay. So this, all the parts that we discussed basically about the web basics, like what is internet, what is website, what is a basic of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And so, do you guys have any question for me for this slide?
So,
Okay.
brother, I have a question, Mahir.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Okay.
so you saying the camel casing is like that, just the title, or something like that?
No, it's not the title; it's name.
Name.
So
Okay.
yeah, every script has a name. So you have to have like a meaningful name. So let me just show you. Let's go to this particular. Can you see that? So they're using an ID, and they have used a camel casing name, type, ahead, search, input.
Input, yes.
See, so this is how we use like different name. So you can basically use camel case, or you can use this way. Let me just show you. Let's say you can use camel case. Keyboard is messed up. Or you can use this way, search, the same thing. Instead of camel casing, you can use this, but in that case, you have to be all, or you can also use underscore. So the good way we follow in coding is camel casing.
So there would be no space, right?
Yes, there will be no space, but when you are connecting different words, the first letter of the different word would be always capital.
Okay, thank you, brother.
Mm-hmm. So I'll provide you this particular document so it would be easier to understand. So as you can see, the script, this is a simple script. So the name in here is user ID. As you can see, user and ID's I is capital. So this is where we have used camel casing. User info means user information. So user and the first letter of the second word is capital. So camel casing means you are basically combining multiple words, okay? But if you are keeping all the same, like smaller, it's not like, sometimes it's confusing. So that's the reason like we're using the first letter of any word is capital so that we can identify, okay, it's a different word. Because we cannot use space. It will create a lot of problem.
Okay.
Okay, so if you guys do not have any other questions, then we can go and start the HTML training. Okay. Let me just open.
Can structure be created by using CSS, or it has to be HTML?
Nope, we cannot create any structure by CSS. Okay. Because CSS is only useful to design. Yeah, just like consider your house. You cannot build a house use any paint. So paint, we can color, we can design so that it will be look more organized. So give me one moment. Let me just show you one thing so it would be easier to understand. Where? Okay, so this one. So this is a website where you can see like any of the website, how was the website originally. So most of the websites, they used only HTML designs, like when they started their web page or website. So that's why like their design kind of like ugly. So if you just type google.com, so you will able to search. So Google started officially their website on 1998. Okay, so if we just take a look how their design was in 1998, so just click on 1998. So you'll be able to see they have released their first web page on production November 11th. So if you just click on it and click on their clock, so give me some time. So this was the Google that was displaying 1998 November 11th. Okay, so this was Google original website that time. See, they did not have any logos, they did not have any designs, and they have like some plain text. So these were like super HTML. They did not even use their CSS for that. So if you go back again, type Google, let's see how they come up with 2000. So let's say in 2000, they have on March 1st, if you click on their March 1st, they have like several releases happen on production. So if you click on the first one, let's see how did they improve after a few years. So this is a website like where you can see any of the old websites, like how they are designed. So this was like in 2001. See, they came up with the logo, and these all are still HTML, because as you can see, these all are like very poorly designed. But for that time, it was perfectly good because most of the people were using HTML. So, and see, there is not enough space here. Just they have used simple text, even though the logo is not in center lined. So this is how originally, like most of the companies, they've been using the HTML, but after that, when CSS came, they were making the design. So in this website, webarchive.org, you can take a note about this by using this any of the website. If you want to see like when did it started, how was it, like same as Facebook, anything else. If you just check like yahoo.com. So yahoo.com originally started on production 1997. So let's see what was their first design. So this was yahoo.com's first design using HTML. Okay, their search bar, everything is just simple text, no design, no custom design available, just using their HTML, particular HTML codes. So this is how Yahoo was in 1997 when they started originally. So everybody was using HTML, and later on they are customizing the CSS, so they have a very good design. So this website is very interesting. You can try on web.archive.org. Okay, so let me just okay, so let me just start talking about HTML. So first of all, HTML is what? HTML is hypertext markup language. After today's class, we'll be at least we'll have the skills that we can write or we can design a specific website based on the HTML. Okay, so HTML stands for hypertext markup language. Okay, this I already mentioned. This is describe the structure of the web page, and it consists of a series of elements. And HTML has two things. One is tag, and the other one is attribute. So just to declare Let me show on the website, that would be easier. So let's go here. So what is tag? Tag is always which start by this angular bracket. Okay. So the angular bracket, inside of the angular bracket, the name of the first thing is called tag. And then we're using some attributes which is identified by a name and a value. So if you see something which is like, so let's say this is input field. Okay. So input field, this is basically a tag. So this is basically a tag. So if I'm saying, okay, input field type equal to password. So this is called attribute, this part. Attribute has always name and value, so that we can use these properties, or you can use these attributes inside the tag, and so that the tag will be behave accordingly. Why? So because when you will type your password here, okay, so they have used two input fields here. Okay, so they have used two input tags, but for one input field they have used let's say type equal to username, just like my type. So the attribute was one, the first one was username and the second one was password. So what was the change happen? So that's the reason, like when you were typing username, it's like you can see the username, but when they have mentioned type equal to password, you are not even able to see your password, because this is type password is always like confidential, so they're not going to display the password here. So this is called tag, and this is called you can say properties, or you can say attributes, whatever you want to say. So inside the tag, whatever you're going to use, we'll call it like properties, or we will call it attributes. Okay, so to start with HTML, first of all, we have to have maintained some HTML structure. Okay, otherwise we cannot use any HTML code or anything. So let's just create a page. How we can create an HTML page? Where am I? Here. Okay. Okay. So first of all, you have to open text editor. So if you're on Mac, just create a text file, or just open the text file. And if you are on Windows, just right click and click on new text based on the new text editor, I think. And then once you are in the text editor, you have to save it. So file and then save. So you have to give a name. Let's say I'm giving the name index. So here's the thing, like if you're in Windows, or if you're on Mac, you have to provide the extension. So how to identify a page is HTML or not. If the page has .html or .htm extension, that means it's an HTML. If the page has .txt, that means it's a text. If the page has .img, that means it's an image. Or if the page has .png, everything has an extension. So let me show you something. So let's say this is an image, right? This image could be JPG, this image could be PNG. These are different version of images. Okay, different version. It could be GIF. So let's check it out. Like, oh, it's a video. So let's check it out, an image. Okay, so right click, inspect. So as you can see, where they have used the image. Okay, let's go by the simple one then. So right click, inspect. See, after the image, it says png.im, it could be .jpg, it could be .gif, so this kind of stuff. So everything has an extension. So to create an HTML file, our extension always should be HTML, or you can just write HTML or HTML, whatever you want to say. It's both are the same thing. Then you can save it. Okay, so that means right now we have an index.html page here, which is HTML kind. So if you are on Windows, just right click and probably new text, and which will open the text editor, and then save the text as a index.html, so that you'll be able to see the HTML page. So right now we have an HTML file, but we haven't put anything in the HTML file. So what we said, like HTML is basically which is opened by the browser. So if you just type so if you just say hello world, it's just a simple text. So if you try to open it, you'll be able to see this hello world is opened by the browser now. So when you're clicking it, it is opened by the browser. If you're keeping this index.html file on anywhere on the internet, anybody can use it. Anybody can see when they will go like www.yourrepository.com, then they will able to see like this hello world. Okay, so this is how you can create an HTML page. So it's very easy. Just right click, open the editor, and save as the index.html or index.html. So the first part is the name of the page, and the second part is the extension. So you can give any name based on how you want, and then you can put the extension .html or .htm. So so in order to write the HTML code, we have to follow a specific structure first. And then inside the specific structure, we can write our own code. So I'm going to open this through bracket. So that would be like, okay. So let's just copy and paste this one instead of. Okay, so this is basically the structure of an HTML page. So whatever HTML you're going to write, you have to maintain this particular code. Okay, so what is this code? We'll know just within a minute.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm from class. I think we get a little bit behind. We are still in the first create file. Next time.
Sorry, what?
Explain. Why we're just a little behind. Can you just slow down a little?
I mean, little behind means like you started creating the HTML page.
Yeah, so we're working on brackets, right? For Windows.
Yeah. So listen, you don't need to practice right now.
Okay.
Okay. Right now, you just follow my class. I'll give you all the documents and everything. So you will practice like later on after the class.
Okay. Yeah, we're kind of confused there. But okay.
Because yeah, because if you do the same, then you will miss some part of the, I mean, your concentration will break.
Okay.
So I'm giving you, or I'll give you the documents and everything, then you can start to practice. And we also have the group, so if you face any problems, just
Okay.
you can text me. Okay,
Awesome. We're not
don't
doing
just
Everyone join the group.
awesome. Yeah. I'm
The
the
WhatsApp
yeah.
group. Online, everybody join the group.
Yes, brother.
Okay, make sure you are in the group, and also I'll add you in the in the email group today.
I couldn't. I really want to do it.
So don't just start work with me, because otherwise I'm going to cover a lot of things. So your job is like you will have another 7 days. So you have to practice and you have to come up with an web page by next week. Okay. So right now the important thing is just try to understand what's going on around and try to understand the code. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
And let's say, no problem. And let's say if you're facing any kind of difficulties, any confusions, just send these questions to the group. And whoever from the group knows the answer, please feel free to share. Okay, it's not just like always I have to be the person. The instructor has to be the person to answer the question. Let's say you know the answer. Just try and like answer his questions like, okay, this is how you can solve it, this and that. Okay, so as I said, like in order to, can you guys mute please? Okay, so in order to write an HTML, sorry. Okay, so in order to write an HTML code, we have to follow some kind of structure, okay, coding structure, and inside the structure we'll write our code. So what are the structure? So first of all, we can see this doctype.html or doctype HTML. Okay, so what is this? This is basically declaring that we will use an HTML document in our code. Okay, so this is basically declaring the document type will be HTML. For example, in this Microsoft Word, the document type is doc file, DOC. But in our case, the document type will be HTML. It means it's an HTML type document. Okay, so previously we had a lot of, like in our old doc type, we have like at least one long line, but right now they have come. So it is based on like when you are typing this, that means we're going to use an HTML type documents. So it will go and catch the what type of HTML. Right now HTML5 is going on, so they will say, okay, so we are going to use HTML5 version 5 type of documents here. Then, so there are two types of tag. Okay, one type of tag is opening and closing tag, and the other one type of tag is self closing tag. So this is called self closing tag. That means we don't have to open it, we don't have to close it. So it is opened by itself, and in the same angular bracket, it is closing. But this kind of tag, you can see this is the opening tag, and for closing it, you have to use a / always. So let's say if I'm using a tag, if I'm closing it, so this is the opening and this is the closing tag. Okay, so the first one is called self-closing tag, and the second one is called opening and closing tag. So, so the first doc type means we're using an HTML5 type document here, and then we have a opening tag, which is HTML tag, and we have an closing tag, which is closing using the /. So that means whatever code we're going to write, we'll write inside of this. Okay, so that means whatever code we'll write, every code will be HTML code. Okay, every code will be HTML code. So means the root of our page is HTML. We cannot write JavaScript code or like Java programming code here, because we're declaring HTML tag opening and closing. So whatever code we're going to write, it is, or it will be considered as an HTML code. So first of all, we have a doc file, then we have an HTML file. So in the HTML file, we have header section, we have body section, right? So let's come to, so this is the header section. So again, this header part, we are declaring head, which is the starting tag. This is the closing tag. So header section basically contains the page information, header section information. For example, this title, you can see google.com. So this is basically inside the header. So if you have any kind of, where am I? So if you have any kind of, let's say you want to connect any CSS, so you have to link with your HTML and CSS together, right? So you can set up your CSS in the header section, okay? Also, there are some metadatas which we need for metadata. We need for search engines. We need for code encoding, decoding, this kind of stuff. So we use in this header section. So right now, header section, you can just consider, okay, we have this title. Okay, so the page title or the page header information will be inside the header section. Okay, same as we have body information. So for this body information, we have used body tag. So this is the starting of body tag. This is the ending of body tag. So inside the body tag, whatever you're going to write, it will be considered as body. What is body then? So the body part will be this whole part. This whole part will be, we can consider this as the body. So this image, for writing the code for the image, writing the code for this input field, this and that, everything is considered as the body field, this everything. So header, so now I'm just reviewing or I'm just saying again. So an HTML page, the first code, it has to be doc type tag. Okay, it has to be this doc type, which is considered this page as an HTML document. Then inside we are going to open an HTML tag and we're closing an HTML tag. So inside the page, whatever we're going to write, it will be considered as an HTML code. Okay. So inside the HTML code, we are separating our header, we are separating our body. Okay. So in the header section, we have again, there's a tag called head. So it's a starting tag and it's an ending tag. So inside this, whatever you're going to write, it will be considered as a header. It could be title, it could be metadata. So what is metadata? I'm going to explain just within a minute. And inside the body, like whatever, like we can use this logo, everything, like whatever. So I don't know, like you have faced or not, like there are sometimes it happens, or let's just try. Okay. So let's say if you just write a specific language, I am a, okay, professional web developer. Okay, so if you just write this language, I'm a professional web developer, like, and if you want to translate it to, let's say, in Arabic, okay, so what happens actually? Does it translate? It translate every word into this Arabic ways, but that doesn't mean the sentence has the same formation, the same meaning, because in here we're saying I'm a professional web developer, but in here maybe it is just translating the word, but the sentence is not correct. The words are already translated, but the sentence is not correct because it depends in country to country. They're saying in order to correct the sentence, like they have to have a correct order. So what metadata does whenever anything happen like this, any character set, or let's say if you want to use any kind of heart symbol or any kind of symbol to your website, how does the website know about it? So that's the reason they're using a specific character set for encoding or decoding. Okay, so if you just type what is character set UTF-8, you'll be able to see like character set 8 can be represented in Unicode standard, okay? So that you can use some of the encoding and decoding stuff. I think they have some kind of examples there somewhere. So if you want to know more about it, like you can just read about these things. It's just a simple thing. So this is what metadata does. Also in metadata, we use some of the paragraphs so that it will be easy to understand by the search engine. So what is search engine then? Search engine is the, let's say, if you're on Google, right? And if you just search best software firm in New York. So you can see first one has this one, and the second one is there. So search engines means they have kept so many information so that Google has find their one is on first one because they have provided all the important information in their metadata. So Google is, I mean, it is easy to find for Google from the server. So this is why like search engine is a different section, different course. So based on the search engines, like it depends. So even though they have like 74 reviews, but still they're on number 3 position. Okay, so it depends on, or if you can just take a look here, you will be also able to see like if you just type best software firm in Saudi Arabia, Dubai, any of the countries, so you'll be able to see it is displaying based on the search engine optimization. So we can keep some of the information here. So basically at this moment, you can just consider we are maintaining a specific character set so that we can convert those characters into specific meaning and into specific language. So, and again, I said like in the header, we have to use the title of the page title. In the body section, we are going to write our code for the body. Okay, so where is our, I'm going to use W3 School for HTML codes because that would be easy to understand. Also, you guys can practice offline if you want, but you can see like there's thousands of tags. Do we have to know all thousands of tags? No. We will know like the mostly used tags. Remember, I told you like what the user does in on a particular website, or what does a website contain. So we have to know about those. Once you know about the core tags, then you are able to design a particular website. Okay, we don't need to be a web developer, but we have to have a clear understanding about how to make a web page. So I'm going to use some of the text from here. Instead of just writing those texts in my documents, I thought like, let's just use this website. This is like very helpful sometimes. But we don't like mostly use W3 School. Sometimes we use, there's one called, I believe, my reference somewhere. Yep, there's one called developer.mozilla.org. They also have like a good explanation about the HTML text. So if you're stuck somewhere, just go and search for, and I'll tell you like how to search. Okay, so first of all, if you have your brackets open, okay, you can see there is an option here, okay, which will connect bracket to the particular or Chrome browser or Mozilla Firefox browser, whatever you have, so that you are able to see the live changes that you are currently making. So if you just click on it, it will open a browser. Can anybody tell me what's happening here? I did not write any codes here, my first paragraph. How come it's showing first paragraph here? Any guess? It should be empty, right? Because this is my code. My code has just the structure, HTML, that's just the structure. I did not write anything here. So how come it's displaying here?
Automatically deciding putting this information.
No, just keep it simple. So the original code was something else, and then I just changed it, but I did not hit save. So if you do not save, then it will be able to see a dot probably on the left side. So just if you just type Control S, then it will save. And right now, if you just refresh the page, or if you just click on here, you'll be able to see there should be an empty page. Yep. So there's nothing. Okay.
Fine.
So
So the number one, it says doc type HTML. So there's no closing tag on this, right?
yep, this is a self-closing tag.
So which identify this is self closing tag?
Yes.
Like
So HTML. Yeah. So basically, HTML is some tags that are self-closing tags, and HTML has some tags that are opening and closing tags. So we'll know one by one, because there is no specific rules that okay, this text should be self-closing tag, and this text should be let's say opening and closing tags. There are like thousands of tags, but some of the tags that are self-closing, some of the tags that are opening and closing tags. So at this moment, like if I'm asking you, okay, what is this HTML tag? You'll say, okay, the HTML tag is an opening tag and it's a closing tag, because right now you know it. And if I'm asking you about the body, you can easily say, okay, because so this is how like we'll get to know everything. But there's no specific rule for self-closing tags, but you can identify a self-closing tag if you see the tag is not using any forward slash, and also there is no any other angular brackets. So that means this is a self-closing tag. And we'll know some of the self-closing tags, so that would be useful. And I think that's enough for you to make a web page at this moment. Okay. So first of all, as you can see, our page says index.html. That means we don't have any proper title yet. So we're going to use a name for our title. So let's say we're going to build a portfolio today. So we're going to say portfolio. So if you just hit save, you will be able to see. You don't even have to refresh the page. See? So let me just squeeze a bit. Okay, so it was there, nothing empty. So it was saying index.html. But when I'm here typing, so currently I'm on the head section. Okay, means I'm on the header section, and I'm giving my page, my web page is a particular specific name. So the name of my page, I'm giving it to portfolio because I'm going to create a portfolio today. See, when you are saving your portfolio text here, it is updating here. So right now, the title of my page is portfolio. Okay. So if you want to use any, give me one moment. Okay, I'll show it later, because it will create confusion at this moment. Okay, so make it simple. I'll show you, like if you want to use any icons, you can also use any icons if you want. So right now in the header section, as of now, we're just using the title. So we just gave a title name. Okay, so that's the header. Header part is here. So for the body, so let's say, let me just open. So we're going to create something like this. Okay, a person name, his biodata, and this and that, information, qualification, work experience. Yes, so this design, you will think, okay, it's a very ordinary design. But remember, we are just using HTML. So we're not using CSS. So when you are just making your house and your house does not have any painting and stuff, so your house will be like exactly like this. It won't be like that much beautiful. So remember, I just showed you some of the companies like Google, Facebook, Yahoo. When they originally used just HTML, I showed you their structure. It was like very simple. So we're going to create this today, and in our next class, we're going to create like some sophisticated design or some advanced page, so that because we can customize those our designs. So the first thing, what we have used here, an image, right? So okay, let's just go to my document. Okay, doc. Okay, so let's follow it structure by W3 Schools. That would be easier to understand. Let's see what is in there. So you don't have to worry about the W3 Schools in my documents. If you just click on the w2schools.html, it will directly navigate you to the tutorial page. So we already know about the basic stuff, so we don't have to know. So we are going to start from the headings. Okay. So click on the heading section. There are 6 types of heading. So number 1 is the bigger size. Number 2 is less bigger than number 1. Number 3 is less bigger than number 2. Number 4 is less bigger than number 3. So these are basically heading style. Okay. So heading style means like whatever heading you are going to use for a page, it would be depending on the size. For example, if we consider this page, what is the heading? This is the heading. Okay. So if you want to see the exact sizes of this HTML or heading 1 to 6, just click on try it yourself. So in order to write an heading in your body size, what you have to do, first of all, you have to use the tag H. So this is called opening tag, and we're going to use a closing tag, H. Okay, so that means we have a heading opening tag and we have a heading closing tag. Now, which heading version you want to use? If you want to use this bigger size of information or heading text, then you can type heading 1, just give them H1. As you are opening a H1 tag, you have to close it H1. Okay, and inside the tag, if you write welcome to my profile, so this will be now displayed the same text as like this. So heading is just nothing, it's just the heading of your paragraph, and these are the different version, means the sizes. The more the sizes will increase, the more the sizes will be decreased here. So if you just run again, see, welcome to my profile. The text that I just wrote, I have used H1, means the bigger one. So if I'd like to use H2, so just change it to H2 here and run it again. See, it's now smaller, which is similar as this one. If I'd like to use H3, so there will be like always opening tag of H3 and closing tag of H3, and then inside the text, whatever you're going to write, it will be used based on this heading type. So let's say if you run it again, this is now this structure. So if you run H6 we don't use that much because it is too much as like a smaller fonts, just like the normal paragraph. So if you type, see, so this is H6. So the first thing is heading. In order to type anything in the heading section, you have to declare H, which is the starting tag, and you have to declare /H, which will be the closing tag. Now, whatever version you're going to use, if you want to use version 1, then you have to use H1, and then you have to close the H1. Okay, so in our page, we're first going to use the heading. So let's say I'm typing to use the heading, we have to type H1. I'm going to use H1. So this is my opening tag, and this is my closing tag. Okay. So let's say give me one moment. Where's my original page? Okay. Okay, so let's say I'm just copying the text. You can type anything like based on your particular code. So I'm going to write something which will be considered as heading. Okay. So let's say I have written welcome to Jonathan's profile. Okay. So that means I have written this. And now if I'll hit save and go back to my page, see this is displaying as heading 1 in our web page. So heading is, like in every paragraph, even though in your resume, there is like, when you are saying objective, goals, academic qualification, experience, these are we consider as heading. So heading has 6 types, 1 to 6, which are basically nothing, just the sizes of heading. Whatever heading size you're going to use, you have to follow the structure. So how to write heading? You just have to use an opening H tag and closing H tag, and whatever version you're going to use, H1 to H2. So let's say when you are writing your HTML code and you forgot the HTML tag, how to write heading? No worries, because when we write our code, is it possible for us to remember everything? No. Just search in Google like HTML heading. Okay, so you'll be able to see like how can you write your code. Even though like if my class, let's say you just stuck somewhere, first of all, try to resolve the problem based on your research. Why? Because when you will go to, let's say you have got a job in Wisconsin. So initially you have to first resolve your problem based on the search, because I don't know your companies, which technology they're using, which terms they're using. Maybe they're using as different tools and technologies than the companies based in New York. So how can you understand, or how can you identify? Your best friend is Google. Okay. So let's say you are stuck. What is this means? Just copy the code and search. If you want to know like how to write an HTML heading, just type HTML heading, or just exactly same thing how to write. So you will be able to see. Also, you can check on W3 Schools. So this is called HTML heading. Okay, so right now we have a heading. Second things, we have to have a paragraph. So just comparing with the professional website is, this is a heading. They have used CSS so that they have customized this font. Okay, and this is a heading. So how can you identify they have used CSS? Just click on this. So this is the HTML code for that particular thing, and you can see here is the CSS code for that particular thing, like the font size and the font weight is basically what type of font color, and somewhere on top of the page they have used font family, means like which type of font they're going to use. So they have used this particular type of font, which is a different look than ours. So they have used one heading here. Okay, and this is paragraph. Paragraph means like when you have multiple lines of codes which are like normal font size, this is called paragraph, which could be this, could be a paragraph. These are paragraphs. So these are paragraphs. And this is a heading. This is probably H3. This is probably H3. And these are paragraph. Okay. So right now we know how to write in heading, or how to write a code for heading. Okay. So now we're going to learn how to write a code for paragraph. So click on this. Where am I? Here. Okay. So click on the paragraph. Okay. paragraph always has the same sizes, and the standard size of the paragraph is 12. Okay, by default it has 12 size. If you want to increase your size, decrease your paragraph size, the text size, you have to use CSS. Okay, so that's the reason paragraph does not have P1, P2, P3, P4. Paragraph has only one tag, which is called P tag. So inside the P tag, whatever you're going to write, you will get, this will consider as a paragraph. So paragraph tag name is P. Okay, so this is the opening tag and this is the closing tag. So right now, let's say I'm just copying some of the text. So when I'm using paragraph, my text will be displaying same as their text. So this is my paragraph. Let's say remove those other thing. So this is my paragraph. Paragraph starts with P tag, starting P, and then ending P or closing P. Okay, so if you just run it, see, this should be the same font as their paragraph, but they have used a different font style because they're using CSS also, but I'm not using CSS, but the font size should be same. Okay, so this is called paragraph. So in order to use paragraph in our page, so let's say I'm going to use P tag, starting P and ending P. Okay, so we can write like, let me just copy the text instead of just, so you can write this just simple about, let's say, so let's say I'm just copying this text and I'm just adding this to my portfolio. So this will be considered as paragraph. So the first one is heading, second one is paragraph. So just to let you know, if you need any HTML comment means your code will be identified this particular sections, but this will not be executed, so that it is easy to understand like what you are writing. Let's say when you're writing thousands of lines, and let's say first these 2 lines you have written for search functionality. So how am I supposed to know that? So that's the reason like we use comment, right? So comment means this code will not be executed, but this is just to identify your code structure. So HTML comments, if you want to write any HTML comments, you have to start with the exclamation, and then there will be 2 hyphen space, another 2 hyphen. So inside the hyphen, whatever you're going to write, it will be considered as a comment. So as I am using the first one as heading, so I'm just added a comment. Okay, this is a heading. This, it will not be executed, and you will not see anything on the browser side. This is just to understand your code. So now if you see, okay, so what my instructor wrote this code for heading.
This is
So
a code name for,
yes, just to understand the code structure, because
also,
when you will be,
so also I see there's a space in front of the tag. So did you put the space for a reason, or it's automatic?
oh, I mean, if you just type this,
not for this, like before this, before say before the tag, from the line from 3 up to there's a space. So did you put space for a reason, or it's automatic?
oh, this space,
No, yes, at the beginning, at the first. Yes.
this space you're talking
Yes,
about. Okay,
yes.
yeah, I'll come by this space. give me just one moment. So let me just explain the heading, not heading, sorry, comment. So comment is basically
Quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is like a pseudocode like we use in Python, right?
Sorry, what?
So this is like a pseudocode, right?
This is an HTML code, and this is, I mean, currently we're using comments so that you can left any comment for any of the codes. So let's say we have 10 lines of codes, and these 10 lines of codes we are using for search section. And when you are giving it to me, check the codes. So if you just left a comment like, okay, this first 10 line is for search functionality. So it would be easier for me to understand, okay, this first 10 line is for search functionality. So
This
let's
is
say,
just to identify those.
yes, to identify those. It's just from the coding side, and you will not be able to see these comments in our browser. Okay. So for example, I have used heading. Okay. And let's say you don't know about what is HTML heading. And let's say you are a non-technical person. So if I just add a comment, heading. So now at least you know, okay, so these guys wrote this line of code, and this because this is heading. Let's say you don't know anything about HTML, but at least for this comment, you can understand, oh, okay, so probably he wrote this code because of he has used the heading code. Because I mean, any non-technical person, he doesn't know what is H1 tag means. So if you just add heading, like he will be able to understand. But for technical perspective, when you will write thousands of codes, we use comments so that it is easy to understand like what is your code, like what's happening inside here. So that's why like the best practice is to use comments. So we have used heading. That's why I have written. And again, how to write a comment. So just you have to, it's a self-closing tag. So opening and closing, and then exclamation sign, and then there will be 4 hyphen, 1, 2, 3, 4. And inside the 4 hyphens, you have to write your thing, the comment that you want to use. Okay. So the best way, like if you, but what's going to happen if you just miss one, if you just miss one hyphen, you can see like all the things that converted as comments. So now, right now, this code will not be executed because did you just notice that color has been changed? Okay, did you just notice the color has been changed? So if you, yeah, so that means all this has converted into comments. So if you just save it and just go to the page where here. Okay, so still it's displaying for some reason, but this is not the ideal case, but all this is converted in a comment. So you have to have always very careful about the color. That's why like if you are writing your code on any editor, they will identify, okay, this particular color, what is black means. But if you're writing in any notepad or text editor, they will have like the simple black color and they will not identify those kind of issues. So make sure if you write comments, we have exclamation sign and there will be 4 hyphen. So first line I have used for heading, second line I have used, second line I have used for paragraph. So the reason I'm adding comments, so it would be easier for you to understand. Okay, so paragraph. Okay, so now coming back to the question of one of the brother that asked me like why we kept this space here. Okay, so there's one thing called code indentation. If you just type on Google, so a code indentation is nothing, just a nice structure of your code. So for example, you have, let's say you have a beautiful house, okay? So we maintain a structure in our house. What structure? Because in our kitchen, we basically cook, right? So we basically keep everything in kitchen in an organized way. right? So like, let's say in your bedroom, you have everything in an organized way. You are keeping your books on a table. You have a television which is in a different side. So everything is organized. So in our coding section, we basically use indentation so that it is easy to understand. Okay, there's a structure because first tag is this one, HTML, right? So inside the HTML, that means this is the father of all the childs, right? So that's the reason inside the HTML, I'm going to use a single space, so that it is easy to understand. Okay, this HTML code starts from here, and if you just double click, you'll be able to see the ending tag will be like blink a little bit. That means this is the father, and inside of the father there his son, and these are his grandson. So it's just the way that you easy to understand your code. What is your starting tag and what is your ending tag starts. Okay, so that's the reason we use some space for decoration purpose, for easy to understand purpose. It's not like if you do not use any space, it will still gonna work. So let's say if we are not using any space, it will still gonna work. There will be no impact on your page. So it's just the way that we format. Just like our house, we have everything is organized in every side. So just like our house, in order to understand where your tag, because right now you were able to see, oh, okay, this body tag starts here and ends here. But think about it, like if you have like thousands lines of code here, then your body tag will be somewhere in the downside. Like when you will write code like this, see, there will be thousands lines of code. So there will be thousands lines of code. So how you can identify which one is, but their code is not indented. Okay, their code is not indented. If you want to see the indented version, you have to right click and inspect element. You can see right now you can see the indentation. So they have also used head section. You can see head start, head end. If you just click on the head section, you'll be able to see there's so many things in the header, and they have maintained one space. So the HTML is the father, head is the son of HTML, and inside of this, these are grandchildren of HTML. So we use basically to understand the coding structure for for decoration purpose, so that it is easy to understand. But if you keep the same tag, and in the same format, that this is not organized coding. So when you are when you're writing some codes, you have to maintain the indentation. How can you do the indentation? You can do it manually. Like for example, in every case, like for example, this head starts here, ends here. So you can keep the same because these two are same. Is HTML and head is same? No, because HTML start first, and inside HTML, I'm going to write head. But head and body is the same. They both are brother, okay? Because they both are inside of this HTML. But inside of head, whatever I have, these are not same as head. These are the children of head. So that's the reason I've used some space. So if you just select, probably in edit section, there will be, this is called indent, this is called unindent. Okay, so let's say if you do not know how to do the indentation, or if you just miss something, you just crazily write everything like a very unorganized way, like this. So that's the reason like we use the editors. So it's their job so that they can indent your code. So first of all, select the code, click on edit, and then there will be indent. See, so they have now indented a little bit space, but bracket is will do some basic stuff just like you. And probably like Control Shift I. Control Shift I. Sorry, Command Z. It's not working from my side. Okay, I don't know what it was. So there will be search on Google, like there will be small shortcuts for this bracket. So this is the reason like we are using indentation. So you can use just tab. Okay, so just put one tab when you're writing something, or you can use space in order to indent your code. So I'm using just tab so that my code is like very easy to understand. You can say, okay, he has created this HTML page. So its HTML page starts from here. And give me one moment. Okay, so this HTML page starts from here and here. Inside the HTML, he has two sons. One is head, the other one is body. Okay, so inside the head, because as these two, head and body, has the same power, same priority, that means they're brothers, so they're in the same structure, same line. And then you can use this, like whatever you're going to write, you can use another space and you can keep it. So let's say if I'm writing something in the another tag which is inside of this tag, and I'm going to use another space. Okay, so come back to the comments. So this is what comment does. Like you can easily understand what is the purpose of your code, but this will not be executed. Okay, so we know now how to write heading. We know now how to write a paragraph. So go back to the W3 schools. Next, we're going to learn, we already learned about comments. If you have any confusion, just click on the comment section. So they will be explained. They're explaining some of the stuff. HTML comments are not displaying in the browser, just what I've said to understand your codes, this and that. So if you can try. The good thing about W3 School they have an editor is online. And also you will be able to execute your, whatever you're going to execute, you'll be able to see here like immediately. So see, this is the paragraph, p tag, and they have just used comments. So this is not executing. So this is a comment for this paragraph. Okay. So the next thing we're going to learn about links. Again, I said like we're not going to learn each and every tag because our job is not to be a web developer. Our job is to be a software automation engineer. But if you want to be a web developer, you're welcome to learn everything. It will be a lot of stuff immediately, but you'll get help. So we have learned heading, we have learned paragraph, we have learned comments. Now we are going to learn links. So what is links? So let's say this is a website. So these are links. Why? Because whenever you will click on this one, it will navigate you to another page. And if you just look at this area, okay, if you just look at this area, we'll be able to see like what page you are navigating to. So if you just put the mouse over and click on the left bottom area, you are able to see it will navigate you to the page https www.nike.com/w/new something something. Okay, so that means link means you will have to have a page reference well it will navigate you to. So for example, when I'm clicking on this particular new release thing, what's going to happen? It will navigate you to a new page. Okay, so this is what a link does. So how can you identify this is a link or not? First of all, when you will mouse over on a link, you'll be able to see there will be a mouse over icon. Okay, there will definitely be a mouse over icon. And also you will be able to see it is navigating you to which page from this bottom left corner. So even though this logo is a link, why? Because you can see the mouse over icon changed. Okay, so this logo they have used here, the home page. So even though if you're in sales, even though if you're in sales page, let's say, okay, And if you click on the logo, what's going to happen? They will navigate you to the homepage, because this is a link and they have used www.nike.com. So they're navigating you to the homepage. So to identify a link, first of all, link is always clickable so that it can navigate you to a particular page. Which page you can identify from this corner, and also you can this will be like mouse over icon. Definitely see whatever link you will see, these are mouse over icons. An image can be a link too. So let me see a different website where image is linked. Or a video could be linked too, just like YouTube. What's going to happen in YouTube? When you click on YouTube, any specific icon, they will basically play the video for you. So this is a banner, right? So you can see this is a link. Why? Because the mouse over icon has been changed from arrow to mouse over, and it will navigate you to which page. You can just see the bottom navigation page link, https://www.message.com/ something. So this is what a link does. So now we're going to learn how can we create a link in our page. So why link is important? First of all, link is important. Let's say just think positive. So let's say this is a simple Google site, right? Or this page has what? This page is the About Us page, store page, Gmail page, email page. That means these are different pages. Okay, so these are different pages. This is not when you will click on About Us page, it will navigate you to an About Us page, which is same as index page, which is the home page. So that means it is basically navigating you. For example, just like a New York State, New Jersey is another state, Michigan is another state, Wisconsin is another state. So if you want to go from one state to another state, you have to have a link. What is your link? It could be you can fly, you can use the railway system, you can use the boat system, you can use your car. So these are link so that you can travel from one page to another page. Exactly same way. These are different pages, just like the home page. Okay, so they have created about us.html, they have created store.html, they have created gmail.html, they have created image.html. These are different pages. So when you will click on it, you can see from here that they will navigate you to the particular page. So if you click on About Us, this is a different page. So again, remember I told you how can you identify which page are you currently on. So let's say when you were not Facebook, let's say Apple. So the original page title was what? Google, because we're on the home page. Okay, but when you were typing Apple, that means, and click on it, that means you are basically, this is basically a link. So you're typing Apple, okay, and then you are clicking on it, or you are just, when you're pressing enter, it will be the same result. You can see right now it has changed to Apple. That means they're navigating you to the server page where Apple information has been kept. Okay, so all the Apple information has been here, this particular page title. So this is a different page. So how to create a link? And this is called hyperlinks. Okay, HTML links, the name of the links are called hyperlinks. So how to create a link? So we're going to learn how to create a link right now.
Before we learn the hyperlinks, can we get 5 minutes breaks or get some coffee?
Yeah, we'll get I'll give you 5 minutes break. It will be just a simple thing. So let me just finish it because I'm in the middle of this hyperlink. Okay, so let's say again what I said, like we can use any image as a link, we can use any text as a link, we can use anything as a link. But for the link title, you have to have, let's forget about this. Okay, forget about everything. So for the link title, you have to always use a tag. Okay, this will be starting a tag. This will be closing a tag. So if you type, let's say submit, or let's say about us page, what's going to happen? Nothing's going to happen. Why? Because I mentioned I'm going to use a tag, okay, which is link. But did I mention when I click on it, where should it go? No. So that's the reason this is the tag. And remember I said about the attribute. Attribute means inside the tag, you have to mention some of the attributes. So that I'm going to use href, means hyperreference. So let's say I'm typing www.google.com. Oops, sorry. So that means this hyperreference means when you will click on it, where should it go? Where should it navigate it to? So it will navigate you to Google page. So right now, if you run your code, you can see this is changed. This has been changed. This is W3 Schools editor. They have a very simple editor, so you are not able to see the mouse over icon. But I'm going to use the same thing in my page, but you'll be, and then you will see the difference. So let's say I'm going to use link. So what would be the starting tag? The starting tag would be a tag. In order to create any kind of link, you have to use the a tag, and then you have to close the a tag. Okay, so type, let's say, click here to see more. Okay, so I'm going to use, okay, this is my a tag. That means this is a link. I'm going to say href. When user will click on it, where should user go, or where should this page navigate it to? So these pages will navigate it to www.google.com. So right now, right now in our page, we definitely have a link. And if you click on the link, they will navigate you to the google.com. So where is my page? This is my page. Just refresh the page. You can see the icon has been changed, right? See, mouse over icon. That means this is a link. And also where this link will take me, just follow this area, okay? So this is a link because the mouse over icon changed, and it will take me to the Google page. So click on it. Let's see what's happened. So it's saying your file was not found because I did not use proper Google page. So let's just copy this thing and okay, where am I? Here. Refresh the page. See, right now it is navigating you to Google page. Why? Because I just copied the Google URL from here, and I just give here the hyperreference is this particular Google URL. So whenever user will click on this particular thing, it will navigate you to different page. But our intention is not to navigate to Google page. Our intention is like we have a website, or we have a website where we have different pages. Like we have home page, we have contact page, just like Facebook. Facebook has Facebook page, home page, Facebook profile page, Facebook Messenger texting page. So these are different pages. So when you will click on it, they will basically navigate you to the different page. So if I'm going to apple.com, so if I just copy this one and use it in my hyperreference, so now my page will, where am I? Here. Okay, so now my page will navigate me to the Apple site. Because how? Just see, first of all, this is a link, this is a tag, which is basically a link, and see this area, it will navigate you to apple.com. Click on it, you should be navigated to apple.com. So this is what a link does. Okay, so again, I'm going to write a comment here on top of it. so that it would be easier to understand. In order to write a comment, exclamation sign 1 2 3 4 hyphen, and then type I've used what, hyperlinks, so just used hyperlinks. So we have learned so far heading, paragraph, hyperlinks. Do you guys have any question about this just before we go to lunch? I mean, what do we have learned so far?
So far it's okay, right? But on the line 6, you see meta church set. What's that? I think I missed that one.
Line 6. Okay,
Yes.
so line 6, at this moment, just skip line 6 because this will be confusing. So I'll explain later on once our web page is ready. And I'm going to show you some examples because at this moment, if I'm going to explain some advanced tags, it would, I mean, you will not be able to understand. So right now, keep this in mind that in header section, we're just going to use the title, okay? And one other thing we can use, if we use any CSS, so we have to create another page, no, not another page. We have to create another file just like CSS file, okay? This will be like name.css extension. So we can link this file here in this area by using link tag. So that will be in our next class. Right now, forget about everything. Just imagine or just think that in the head section, we have the page title. Okay, in the body section, we'll have the body contents. And I'll explain this metadata once our page is ready. Okay, but any question about these things, comments, headings, paragraph, hyperlinks?
Okay, Mosud bhai. If I want to write the web address, I have to put the HTTP before the web address, right? If I don't copy this, right?
Yes. Because there's what is HTTP and what is HTTPS? Okay. Previously, most of the companies, they've been using HTTP. If you just write HTTP, it was like okay, but right now we're using HTTPS. So HTTP means hypertext. I forgot what is HTTP means. Let me just see.
Transfer protocol.
Yeah, hypertext transfer protocol, and HTTPS means hypertext transfer protocol secured. So what does both these things do? So when you will write HTTP, so this is basically establish a connection between your user and the server. So who is the user? I'm the user because I'm going to ask the Google server, Mr. Server, give me some information. So HTTP is doing this thing, like it is establishing a connection between the client or between the user and the Google server through the browser. Okay. So the reason most of the website they're not using HTTP because it is easy to hack. For example, when you are, let's just think about this, like you were using a dish cable line. Okay, so let's say you have a cable line and you were watching some of the channel, and your cable line is just in front of my house. If I would like put any line just in front of your line or just in your line, you never know, like I'm using your internet, but I can use this, I can use your information, right? I can use the channel, I can watch the channel that you were watching. Okay, so that means there is a chance of information leakage. So that's the reason like HTTPS came, means hypertext transfer protocol secured. So at this moment, right now, when you send the HTTP previously, it will send the whole information to the whole text information to the DNS server, and then it will convert it and it will connect with the server. But right now for this HTTPS, this does not send any information. This just exchanges data based on a particular code. Remember I showed you like how when you type your IP address, it will it will give you the Google information.
Yes.
So that means nobody can, so even though if I know the code, but I don't know what this code means, because this code will be translated here to google.com. Okay, so if you are exchanging information, your computer and your server computer will be agree to exchange information based on a specific code. And then when it will come here, it will decode it as a apple.com or something else. So that's the reason we're using HTTPS, means Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secured. So both the server computer and the user computer, they will agree that we're going to exchange information based on a code. Just like in most of the movies, you see like when they're doing like smuggling business, they have a code, or even like in any FBI operation, they're using codes so that nobody can understand what information contains based on their code, right? So every operation, they gave a particular name based on a specific code. So that's the reason like both the FBI team and the high-level person, they're only allowed to know about those codes to exchange the information instead of just saying like common things. Okay, so this is what HTTPS does. So if you do not write this, how are you going to establish connection with the server? So that's the reason we have to write HTTPS. Clear?
Yes. Thank you, brother.
Okay, no problem. So we can take 12 minutes break, and we should be come back by 12:30. Is that okay for everyone?
Yes.
All right.
No, Joe. No. Masuk baik. Go. Hit it. Unmute. Just turn the camera on. Masuk ke ini dah. Masuk hit. Masuk baik. Masuk. Unmuted. Masuk baik.
Okay, so we are back. Is everybody still able to see my screen?
Yeah, bro.
Okay. So, okay, so we have learned heading, we have learned paragraph, we have learned hyperlinks. So now you can ask me like, okay, so how am I should start practicing? So in my video, like the first section, you can know like how to create a HTML page. First of all, you have to go to the text editor. You have to save the text editor and give the extension index.html or index.htm. You can provide any name, but the extension should be htm or HTML. And then there is a structure called doctype. I'll share this particular practice page with you guys so you'll be able to understand. But first of all, you're going to create doctype, then you should be able to add the HTML starting tag, ending tag, then head starting, ending, body starting, ending. And inside that then you are going to start practicing with portfolio. If you feel any kind of confusion, problems, go to wtschools.com or you can ask on our WhatsApp group. Yep.
Is it recording?
Yes.
I have a question.
Yep.
So why we write at very first self-closing tag that is the doc type HTML? Is it necessary?
Oh, okay. So this is first of all, so every company has different rules. So HTML, they have a rule in order to use their scripting language, you have to use this doc type HTML. Because every programming language has different rules and different syntaxes. So we have to follow the same standards. But what it does, it will consider this file as an HTML document, HTML5 documents. The main reason here is HTML version changes, right? Before that, we used to use a different types of HTML. Right now, we are using HTML5. So this doc type takes the update from like which version currently we are using. For example, like if you see HTML versions, see it starts from HTML1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something. So right now we have 5, right? So in order to take the update, so what do you mean by 1, 2? That means they're upgrading. They're changing some of the syntaxes, or they're updating some of the specific things, or they're fixing some of the issues. Somehow they're updating from one version to another version. So if you just type this doctype.html, it will always takes the latest update from their document type. So this is why we write HTML. So that means currently we're using HTML5. So this document will be considered as an HTML5 document, because there were in previously some of the HTML's document we used to write the CSS code in front, just in the HTML tag, in front of the HTML tag. But right now they have depreciated it, so we don't can use these particular things anymore. So that means in this latest version, they have updated a lot of things. They have depreciated something, they have added something new. So this is how like it is upgrading day by day, and not only HTML, everything, like even Facebook, even your if you're using Apple iPhone, or if you're using like Android phone, you're seeing like every month you will get an new version. Okay, new operating system version. So you have to update your phone. So they'll have some kind of latest things that they had added, or they have depreciated something like this. So this will basically tells you or takes the update from the latest version. So let's say in this HTML5 right now running. So let's say in HTML6, okay, they're not using body, they're using something else. So if you're writing body, that will not going to work, because it will take the update from the HTML6 when it is coming, and it will work accordingly. So this is why we are writing this doc type HTML. So it will take the update from the latest version.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
so no problem. So where? Okay, so where's my page? So we have just covered links. Next is image. Okay, so in any of the website, we basically see different types of image. There is a banner image, there is a product image. So image is like somehow they're using images for most of their products, advertising or logo purpose. For example, if you just go to google.com, this is not a text, this is an image. So they have designed it. How can you identify this as an image? Just right click on it. If it is text, then you can select, sorry, here. So you can select the text if it is not like any button. But if it is an image, it will be displayed like this. And you cannot able to copy it in here. Okay. But if you're, and the best way to deal with it is right click, inspect element. You will be able to see if it is an image, you will be able to see they're going to say .png, .jpg, .gif. These are like image extensions. But if it is text, then you will be directly able to see these are text. For example, right click, inspect. So this is a hyperlink text. So you are somewhere inside, it's saying about us here. So double click, it means about us. They have used a big hyper reference. So that's why it's kind of messy. Okay, so how can we use images? Let me just close off my tab. Okay, so just click on the image section. There will be click on the image section. So there will be a tag called image tag. And image tag is a self-closing tag. Why? Because, let me just skip an example. So image tag is a self-closing tag because we are not using anything inside. We're not using anything in between the in between the starting and ending tag. So for text, we're writing in between starting and ending. But image tags, we're just referencing a particular image. Okay, means where the image is located. So we are not writing anything in between the in between the starting tag and in between the closing tag. So that's the reason they thought, okay, let's make it self-closing tag. So image tag is just img. This is called image tag. So once you are saying, okay, I'm going to use an image. So if you're going to use an image, where is your image? It could be in your computer, it could be somewhere else. So you have to provide the path of the image, right? So let's say if you want to use an image which is in your local computer. So for example, you have a folder. Where's my folder? So let's say I've created my HTML page here. So if you want to use any images, which is like, let me just download the image first. Portfolio. Okay, so let's say if I'm going to use, I can save it, right click, save images, desktop. So this is my image. I'm just drag and drop into the same folder that I have that I have my HTML file. So I'm just renaming it. Let's say image. So this is an extension JPG. So let's say if I would like to use this image. So image tag, give me one more moment. Okay, so for image tag, you have to, where am I? Okay, so for image tag, you have to declare the image img tag, and then inside this, you have to declare the source. I mean, where is your image coming from? Is it coming from your local folder? Is it coming from your outside of anywhere? So you have to declare this attribute. Remember, I told you whatever inside you're going to use, it will be an attribute. Attribute has a name and has a value. Value is always covered by the quotation mark. Okay, so this source is an attribute. And previously for link, we have used href. So href was also an attribute. And which one is tag? Tag is this one. And this one is attribute. What is inside? What is inside your tag in order to maintain some of the properties. So you have to declare the source. So in this case, they have an image. They've used this. That means this is in their local folder, and this is the image name, and this is the extension they have used. What is alt means? Alt means alter. So for some reason, in order, if your image is not displaying, or for some cases your image is displaying, I think you have seen some website that it's displaying, okay, image is loading something. So what it's going to display instead of this? So it's going to display the text flower, so that you will be able to know, okay, so in this place they have an image which is flowers in this type. Okay, so this is another attribute, and you always have to, for each attribute, you always have to maintain some kind of you always have to maintain some spaces. So this is another attribute. Then we're saying, okay, we're going to use another attribute called width. Means we're declaring that our image should not be more than 460 and should not be more than 345. Let's say I've downloaded the big image, right? So which will be like a huge image, like that will take the whole pages. So I don't want that. I am going to declare specific height and width for my image. So these are the attributes. So initially, you can use this is for customization purpose, but you usually use these two attributes. First of all, from where your image is coming from. And secondly, if your image is not displaying, this text will display over here, and it says like flowers in this particular type. That means you'll be able to understand. So image is a self-closing tag. So I'm going to use this. I'm going to use this self-closing tag here. So right now I'm going to use img. Okay, so src. So as you can see, we already have an image in our folder, so that's why it's showing by default. It's showing, okay, do you want to include this image? If you want, you can use it from here, or you can go to the folder that we have here. So right click, if you're using Windows, right click and probably properties, you'll be able to see your image path. Or if you're using Mac, it should be in get info. Okay, so this is the where
This is the full path of the HTML folder. But let's say if your image is in the same folder where your index.html file is, in that case, you don't have to copy the whole path. In that case, you just can use the same name. But let's say in your image is in a different folder. So in that case, you have to right click properties and copy the path, and then you have to give the path here. But if it is in the same page, you don't have to, sorry, in the same folder, you don't have to copy the whole path. You just can give the same image, just the name. So I'm going to copy the name here. Okay, so this is my image, and I'm going to say OLT means alter. If the image is not displaying, that means it's gonna display some of the text, like it's a portfolio image. Okay, so let's go back to our website. So it is not there. Okay, let me just. So as you can see, this image is displaying here, right? This is our local image that we have used. So what happens here, they have some spaces in the right side, and that's the reason, like, when this text has been ended, the rest of the space, the image came here. So it's kind of like now it looks like very unprofessional. So we're going to organize it a little bit. So we're going to use this image on top of the heading. Okay. So I'm going to add a comment. 1, 2, 3, 4 image. Okay. So right now it looks much more organized. But let's say we have another image here. Let's say it's a different image, okay? And I don't want to use the image with this same line. I want to use the image below the line. That means below this hyperlink. So that time we're going to use another self-closing tag named BR. Okay. So what BR means? BR means break. So that it will push your image in down of this. It will just separate it from here, and it will push your image just below of it. So if you use 1 BR means it's one step down, 2 BR means 2 space down, 3 BR means 3 space down. So let's try and see what's going to happen. So I've used 1 BR means 1 break. That means it's not going to work. So let's just try some other BRs. Oh, so it should work now. See, it's going to work. So if you want to use more spaces, so you can use so this is my BR. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, it's pushing your image and keeping some space. So if you need space, you can do this. So this is called BR tag, means break text. It's a self-closing tag. So if you want to use, there's another self-closing tag which is called HR. HR means horizontal rule, or you can consider horizontal line. So because in our original design, you can see there's a horizontal line there, right? So we're going to use a horizontal line in our tag. So it's whatever there should be HR. HR is also a self-closing tag. What it's going to do, it's going to just add in horizontal line. See, there's a horizontal line there. Okay, so this is what BR does, and this is what HR tag does. So right now, if you do not if you do not know what BR does, just go here and type HTML BR tag. Okay, so you'll get a brief explanation about this line back. If you do not know what is HR tag does, HTML HR tag. And let's say if you do not know about this HR tag, you want to add an horizontal line, HTML horizontal line. Okay, so they will give you a page reference. Then you can, if you just scroll there, you'll be able to see like there's an HR. So this is how you can research and you can learn more. Then what else? Okay, so so let's say we have used this image. This is our local, in our local folder. Let's say I'd like to use the image which is in online, which is on some other pages. Let's say this image, not this image. Let's say this Google image. I'd like to use this image. So how can I use this image without saving this in my local computer? Okay, there's a way that we can use this in our code without using or without saving it locally. So for this reason, you have to right click on the image and you have to click on the copy image address. Okay, right click and copy image address. So once you have copied the address, go to your image tag. That means right now your source of the image, where the image is coming from. Right now your image is coming from Google. So delete it and just add this. This is where your image is coming from. Okay, so save it and let's go to our page, refresh. See, we can use Google image and we are not even saving the page. Sorry, we are not even saving the image. But the problem here is, if for some reason Google is deleting their image, or they have depreciated this image, then you won't be able to get the image here, because you are basically getting the image from Google server. So if Google server does not have the image, that means you are not getting the image either. So that's why it's good to use, if you first save the image in a local drive and then use it locally. So it is very useful. So I'm just reverting back. And right now our page condition is this. So any question about image tag?
Very good.
No. Okay. So this was the image tag. Let's move on to the next one. What is the next one? Let's see. Image. So next one is table. Okay. So we will learn table right after the list. Okay. So we're going to learn the list tag now. List. So click on the list. So what is list? So list is, if you go to a particular website, click on this. This is called list. This is list, and also inside the list they have hyperlinks, because these are all the clickable. So this is a list. This is a list. This is a list. This is a list. If you go to Apple, this is also a list, but this list is displaying like instead of horizontally, it is displaying vertical. Sorry, instead of displaying vertical, it is displaying horizontal. Okay, list could be this way, could be this way. So how can we use list in our web page? So list could be two types. One is ordered list, and the other one is unordered list. Ordered list means it will based on a particular order number or sequence number, for example 1, 2, 3, 4, or based on a particular item like first item, second item, third item. Unordered list means we don't have any order. Okay, so it could be anyone can be the first person or first item. It could be a shoe could be first item, and clothes could be second item. A sports item could be third item, so it does not follow order. So if you want to use ordered list, then you have to use OL tag, and if you want to use unordered list, you have to use UL tag. So you know what is, so this is UL, means unordered list. Okay, so let's just try the unordered list first. So first of all, we're going to use unordered list. Okay, so let's go back to our code. Let's say I'm going to use, as we're writing the portfolio, so I'm going to use another heading here, which is H, let's say H3. Okay, so this heading contains paragraphic info. Okay, and after that I'm going to use a list. So I'm going to use an unordered list. So it could be UL, which is a starting tag, and it is going to be a /. So the good thing about this bracket is, like, let's say you have started a particular tag, and if you just open a second a closing tag and just type /, it will complete the rest of the code, so you don't have to type the UL again. Okay, so we have UL opening and UL ending. So that means whatever list I'm going to use here, it will be like unordered. There will be no order. Okay, there will be no order, so anyone can be first. It does not need to maintain a sequential order like 1, 2, 3, 4. So this will be, so this is not the list, this is using for the order. If you are using your list in unordered list, then you have to use UL tag. If you're using an ordered list like 1, 2, 3, 4 in sequential order, could be number sequential, could be character sequential, then you have to use OL instead of UL. So for list, we are going to use the tag name LI. Okay, so as we are writing some text, so obviously we'll have starting and ending text. So we have LI. So let's say we are using 5 things, 3, 4, 5. So the first one, it contains name or first name. First name is, let's say, Jonathan. Second list contains, his name is Alice. Third thing, let's say age, 30. Fourth thing, date of birth, December 31st. Okay. And last one, let's say address. Okay. So what's going to happen in our web page? So first of all, this will be displayed in our web page. Okay, and there will be like list icon there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll have some list icon and there will be unordered list. So inside the list, why we need list? We need list so that we can have some sequential information, or we can have some list icon there. So it will be easy to understand, like you are using a particular list of items here. So if you just go to our website, run, refresh, you can see the biographic information of the man. His first name is Jonathan, last name is Harris, age is 30, DOB is this, and this is list. Okay. So if we use ordered list, what's going to happen? Just change it to oil instead of UL. So you can see like here it's just a list icon. Okay, and it does not fall in order. If we see order list, see the number came in a sequential way. So that means now you have to prioritize. You can prioritize which one should be first, which one should be second, which one should be third, which one should be fourth. So this is like the difference between unordered and ordered list. But if you are using unordered, still you can change this list icon. This list icon, you can customize any icon, but remember, when you need to design something, that means we need CSS. So we'll do using CSS in our next class. So this is what list does. We have, first of all, we have to declare, do we have any ordered list or unordered list? Once we have declared the ordered list or unordered list, then we have to declare the li tag, and in between the li tag, whatever you're going to write, you will write any text. So now, can we use, let's say, hyperlinks inside the list, like how the websites are using list. For example, if you just see, they have these are lists, okay? And also they're using hyperlinks. Can we use the same here? Yes. So let's see if we consider this as different pages or different products. Like for example, this is shoe. This is glasses. This is sports products. This considered as men's products. This considered as books. So now, if I'd like to convert this as a hyperlink, just the website does. So I have to use the tag. Remember the hyperlink tag? It is A. So in front of my, just inside of my li tag, I am going to use A. And then I'm going to close my A tag. Okay. And then I have to declare, like, when user will click on it, where should it go? So let's say I'm saying it goes to the same page, which is index.html. Okay. So if you just copy and paste everything, because I don't have any different pages at this moment. Frozen. Okay, so right now we have a list, but we have the list which is hyperlinked, which is same as like this. Okay, so just refresh the page. Let's see what's going to use. See, same as hyperlink. The only thing, we have underline and we have list icon. Why? Because we haven't used the CSS yet. So when you will use the CSS, you can remove the list icon and you can change the color. You can use the proper spacing. You can remove the underline. But right now it is working same. The functionality is same. If you click on this, it will go to the home page, or if you provide a specific URL, it will go to a particular page. But same as here, if you click on this particular link, it will navigate you to a particular page. But they have used the CSS So that's the reason they have they don't have the list icon, they don't have the underline, they have like good color combination, everything is organized. So we'll use CSS later, but the functionality is same. So this is what list does. Inside of list, you can use the hyperlinks also, so that you can also click on it. But as we're making our resume portfolio, sorry, so I'm just keeping it simple. If you want to use it, it's up to you. I can design it. So any question about list? Okay, no question. Okay, so next, oh, okay, I'd like to show you something else. So let's say I can see when I click on this particular website, let's say when you were let me see, I have something. Okay, so let's imagine this one. So as you can see, these text and these text are kind of same size, but they have used the bold. I think you already know about what is bold. So they have used the bold text. Okay, means like it's deeply highlighted, or they have increased the borders like a little bit more deeper color. So how can we use bold and italic in our code? So for example, if you see my original profile, it says first name is bold, okay, and then the name. So it is easy to understand and it looks much more organized. Or how can we use bold in our code? So let's just go to, we just have to use one tag called B. So starting B, it's going to end where? It's going to end after the first name. So B. So if you just copy and paste all these things, B. Okay, so now refresh your page. Where is my page? Okay. See, right now this text are bold. So this is heading, which is H3. This is heading, which is H1. This is paragraph. This is hyperlink. This is list. So now, can we use list inside of another list? So let me show you. I have to go to target website. So for example, this is a list, right? So if you just go somewhere, I think they had somewhere before. No. Yeah, so see, this is a list, and inside of a list, they have another list when they're clicking. Okay, so this is a list. Inside of a list, they have another list. But right now, we're not going to use the clicking functionality because we'll be using the JavaScript. So, but we can make it display like list inside another list, just like our this one. So this is one list, and inside of this is another list. So this list is ordered list. Sorry, not order, unordered list, and this is ordered list. So this list inside another list is called nested list. Okay. So just try how to create this one. It's very simple. Just in front of this list, you have to, not in front, inside of this list, you have to create another list. So the next one we're going to use, let's say, we're going to use ordered list. We have to close the tag. And then we're going to say li tag, closing li, and say this guy is permanent address. I see another copy and paste. Okay, so if you just reload the page, there's my page here. See, this is an unordered list, and inside the list, this will be an ordered list. So this guy is like permanent address is New York and current address is New Jersey. So this is what list does, and we know like how to bold and particular thing. We know like inside the list we can use also hyperlinks. So let's go to the next one. What is next? Next is, okay, so next, let's say I'm going to use the skills, right? So in the skills, we have used, let's say he's in Java, he's 5-star. Okay, means very good at Java. And Selenium is 5-star. So I'm going to create this section. So I'm going to use table. Okay, so normally, so think about just like a simple table. Okay, so normally a table has what? A table has row, okay, which is horizontally, and a table has vertically column. Okay, so if you want to keep this in a table, so you have to, this is the first row, first column. No, this is the first row. This is the second row, first column. This is the first one, first row, second row, third row, fourth row, fifth row. So this is the second row, first column. So if you want to keep your data, you can use it in same as, you can create a table same as this table, and you can provide your information so that your information will be side by side, this side and this side. So we're going to use a table now. So in order to use a table, table has what? Table has row and table has column. So you have to declare the row tag, you have to declare the column tag, and row and column is inside what? Inside the table. So we have to declare the table tag. So you will have some informations there. How can we do that? But I'm going to make it simple. Don't be, so I'm going to use this, just in front of this, I'm going to write a comment. Understand. An ordered list. Ordered list this way. Okay. So I'm going to use a table because my plan is to create, so let's say if you want to create a table, the tag is table tag, T-A-B-L-E, and then, so let's say you don't know how to create a table. Let's say I don't know HTML how to create a table. So how am I going to do that? So how to create table in HTML. Okay. So it will navigate you to this page and you will be able to know what is table. So the first tag is table. Okay. So I'm going to use table. So table starts, table ends. That means I have declared an area of my table. But have I mentioned the row and column yet? No. So now I'm going to use the row. For table row, we use the tag tr, means table row. So how many rows do you want? Let's say I want 5 or 4. 1, 3, 4. Okay, so let's say I need 4 rows. That means we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So now we need what? We need column. So inside the row, we're going to declare a column. So in order to declare a column, it should be TD. Okay. So for row, it's tier, and for column, it's TD. Okay. So here, TD elements are regularly, we're using the TD tag for data column, especially for the table column. Okay. So TD. Okay. So for every row, we have let's say, oops, for the first row we have 2 columns. That means for the first row we have 2 columns, 1 column, 2 column. Now we're going to move in the second row. Second row we have another 2 column, 1 column, 2 column. So again, I'm going to use the same thing. I'm going to just copy and paste. Okay, so we have 3 rows, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay. And inside of each row there is a 2 column. So that means we're kind of like, so we're kind of like, instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 column, we have 3 column. 1, 2, 3, and in this 3 column we have 2. We have 3 row, and in this 3 row we have 2 column. 1 column, 2 column, 1 column, 2 column, 1 column, 2 column. So we have made the table structure. Okay. Now we're going to keep our data at this particular inside this particular table. So to keep our data, first of all, go to my, so let's say I want to use those data. So I'm going to copy Java, and the first row it's going to be Java. First row, first column. So Java. Okay. Second, this Selenium. Second row. Third row, first column would be let's say HTML. So can we see the table at this moment? Yes. So as you can see, our table lines are not displaying, because by default tables lines are hidden. If you want to display the table lines, you have to use the CSS, and if you just type, I'm not sure if this works anymore, because I heard that depreciated some of the things, but let's try. Border, this attribute probably, so if it's not going to work, then that means they have depreciated this. Okay, so it's working fine. Okay, so we haven't depreciated it. So if you want to display the border, you can use this. So we have inserted data in our left side, all the row and left side column. So now I'm going to insert data in our right column. So what should be our right column data? So the right column data should be our let's say this icon. This is the star icon. So HTML, let's say if you want to use a different kind of star icon or star emoji. So if you search HTML star emoji, click on this one, you will see different style, different types of star. Let's see this one. Here's my star. Okay, we have to find from somewhere. It's in the, so I'm going to use the first one just to make it quickly. So in my second column, I'm going to use, let's say, control B. Oops. It's not happening. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he is good at Java. He has 5 stars. For Selenium, he has 1, 2, 3, 4 stars. For HTML, he has 1, 2, 3 stars. So this is the first column. This is the second column. But this is the first row. Inside the first row, this is the first column. This is the second column. Inside the second row, this is the first column. This is the second column. So this is how. So if you right now take a look at it, see. Java, he has 5 stars. Selenium, he has 4 stars, and he has 3 stars. So I don't want to display my border. If you don't want to display, then you can use border. I mean, you can just remove this. But let's say at this moment everything is like very close, even from the table borders, text and the stars. They don't have enough spaces here. So if you would like to use some spaces for decoration purpose or for just a good look, so how are you going to use this? There's an attribute called cell spacing. Okay, so cell spacing, if you just put 10 pixel, so let's see what's going to happen. See, there's a from original table, there will be some spaces. Okay, so these are the section. If you now would like to remove the 1 pixel border, so this is how it looks. But if you do not use the cell spacing, how does it look? I'm going to show you. This is how it looks. But if you use the cell spacing, it will keep some space and it will be like good looking. Okay, so let's say near just in front of your table, I'm going to use a comment. 1, 2, 3, 4. So table, and then in front of, just on top of it, I'm going to use a heading. I'm just copying and pasting this heading 3. So what is this for? This is for his case. Okay, let's just load the page. See, this is skills. This is Java Selenium. So if you want to remove the space, just remove the cell spacing. So it will be like the space will be gone. And don't worry about the space because we're going to adjust those space in our CSS. Okay. So do you guys understand the table so far?
Yeah.
Okay, so remember one thing, don't be confused. How are you going to start practicing? Just you have to practice based on these documents, not this W3 schools. Okay, because W3 schools has a lot of things and you will be confused. So that's the reason I'm creating this page. If you know those pages, like those things, you're able to make a web page. Okay, so you can go one by one. Let's say if you want to use image, just try to take. But let's say if you do not know, oh, okay, I forgot what, or I'd like to know more about the image tag, then go to W3 school and click on the image tag and see like how this image tag works. Okay, so when you're going to start practice, first of all, you have to create an HTML page, then you can go one by one based on the design, like how can you design, how can you create this one. You can definitely write your code initially. Please don't copy at this moment, because once you are familiar with all the codes, you are welcome to copying anything from the internet. But at this moment, try to practice by writing hard-coded or hand-coded, so it would be easier. Okay? Because this code you will get it from anywhere, but just don't copy, because when you write, you'll face some difficulties. You'll miss some of the, you'll miss some of the quotation marks or some of the brackets. So that will be like your mistakes. And then when the program will not run, you will think, oh, okay, I missed something. That's how you will debug your own code. Okay, and that's the reason, like I've always added some of the comments, like how to use image, headings, these things there. So what's next? Let me see. Okay, so let's say this is our home page is ready. Okay, so now my plan is I'd like to design, this is a single web page, means this is my home page is ready. Now I'd like to create some other pages. For example, if you can see, if you go to Target, they have category page, they have deals page, they have what's new page, they have same delivery page. If you go to the footer section, they have help page, they have store page. But these are their different pages. If you go to same as Macy's, go to the footer section, you will see they have different pages. Also, these are also their different pages. If you click, you'll be able to see. So that means right now my web page is a single web page, but I'd like to create different web page. So can anybody tell me if I'd like to use some other pages, or I'd like to create some other pages here, what would be my first things to do here? Let's say I'd like to use about us page, or I'd like to create about us page. What should I do now?
Maqsuda, can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so let's say I'd like to, do you know, like, do you see this? These are the different pages. This is HTML homepage. We have the homepage, right? We have this homepage ready. So, but we don't have any other pages available because we don't have created anything. But they have created their Mac, iPad, iPhone. So if you just click on this, this is not the homepage. This is their iPhone page. If you click on Mac, this is their Mac page. So they have created those pages. So now I'd like to create some other pages for my website too. So what would be my first things that I have to do here?
You have to create a about us link once.
Yes, that's absolutely right. First of all, I have to click an about us link. And inside the about us link, I have to mention if user clicks on this about us link, where should it navigate to?
So you can press the link in there.
Yeah, so let's, so we're on the footer, where we're here. So just one more tips I'm going to give you. So let's say if you are confused about how to do the proper indentation in this HTML. So the best way to write is, like, let's say when you will write your HTML, let's say this is the first tag, HTML, okay? And this is the, so opening tag and closing tag, okay? So now if you want to do an auto indentation, just put a cursor in here and click enter. So it will automatically take some space. So let's say in this, inside this, we have header, so head, and then I'm keeping the same structure for head. Okay, so right now if you want to use something inside the header, just click on this, just in front of the first tag, and click on it. It will take some space, so you can write something. So see, your code is now much more structured, indented. It is very nice, good looking, so it is easy to understand. In order to, so if you just do like this is very confusing. Okay, so I don't have any idea, like, I mean, what code, which is inside another. So right now this is one line, that's fine, but when you have thousands of lines, it would be like more confusing. But if you do like this, it would be easy to understand. Oh, okay, your head starts from here, ends here. HTML starts here, ends here. Okay, that's fine. So it's much more easier. So this is the tricks that you can follow. Yeah, so we are going to create some other pages for our website. So let's say this is, we can add another comment here. Not at this moment, just leave it here. So we can add another comment here. We're going to use some footer navigation. What is footer navigation? Footer navigations are usually, if you go to any of the pages, you'll be able to see on the footer side, they have some very common pages that is available. Either it could be terms and condition, it could be mapping, it could be about us. If you go to like any person portfolio, so you'll be able to see about us, contact us, this and that available. Yeah. So we're going to create those things, and these are footer. This area starts from footer, starts from the footer here. Okay. So I'm just adding a comment, footer navigation, so it is easy to understand. So let's start. So first of all, I'm going to create a page link. So in order to create a page link, I'm going to use a tag. Okay, this is my starting tag, this is my ending tag. So let's say about us, in that case about me, and then I have to use the hyperreference, means if I click this page, where should it go? So at this moment, I'm just putting hash, means it will not go anywhere, it will just stay on the page. So let's say this is description, this is contact page. Okay, so hash means like it will not go anywhere. So let me see if this is here. See, we have our links are here, footer navigation. So if you just do a little bit organized, you can use a straight bar or straight line, so it will look more organized. See, it's much more organized. So now I'm going to just create a contact page, but your homework is you can create the rest of the 2 page and connect those 2 page. Whatever information you want to keep, you can keep it. It's up to you. For your homework is for next next week. So I'm going to create a contact page. So usually in every where's the contact page? So somewhere contact page. Let's say okay, so contact page. So usually contact page has some kind of forms that you have to fill out, like your name, your first name, your last name, your email address, your description, this and that, So we're going to create a contact page. So first of all, do we have the contact page? No, we just only have the index.html page. So let's create a contact page now. So here, again, if you want to create a new page, you have to open the text editor for Mac and right click and text editor probably on Windows. Then file new. So then control save, and then we're naming it contact.html. Okay, so this is my page. I have 2 pages here, contact page. So just drag and drop into the bracket so you'll be able to see. So contact page, I don't have anything. Okay, so again, if I would like to start the contact page, the first thing I have to do is I have to follow the HTML structure. So it should be document type, it should be this HTML structure, So this is not a home page, so you have to remove everything. So the name, so right now we have HTML, we have head, we have body. Okay, so what would be the title of the page? Now the title would be contact, because this is a different page. Yep. So, and
Brother,
let's
I have a
say,
question.
yep, go ahead.
Uh, if we don't put all the information like contact page, index HTML, and the image in a single folder, what would happen? If would be they relocate with each other or not?
Okay, so
Uh,
first of all, if you, the main important thing is like, remember I said for image, if your contact page is in desktop, so you have to copy the whole path. Okay, and you have to give the whole path here where I'm going to show you, just like the image. So your image is here, you just saying okay, image.jpg in your source. But for hyperlink href, we're using, remember we used Google page. When you click on our reference, it goes to Google. So that means it goes to Google, the direction that we have used from Google Paths. So if your contact page is not here, somewhere else, then you have to right click, copy the path, and you have to give it to the hyper reference of your a tag. So it will find from anywhere. But usually we keep everything in the same folder so that it is easy to find, easy to understand, easy to organize. But let's say if you want to create a new page, a new folder here, and in the new folder, you're going to say all of my images will be there. So just, drag and drop your image here and go to here and then just right click and copy the path of the image and use the image. Okay, so this is the contact page. So contact page, in first I'm saying I'm going to use a, so remember the technique, you have to click on there and then enter. So I'm going to use an h3 tag. Okay, and I'm going to say, okay, please fill out the form below. Okay, so let me see what's the status of my contact page now. Okay, we just right click on it, please fill out the form. So this is my contact page. So how am I supposed to know is this a contact page or not? You can see the title says contact page. Okay, and also you can see the URL also says contact.html. These are my local computer path. Okay, so but also I'm going to use a heading, as this is a contact page. So the first heading I'm going to use, let's say h1, and opening and closing h1. So I'm going to write contact me, and instead of h3 I'm going to use h6 here. It's a little more smaller. See, so this is the contact page, and this is too small now. H5. Okay, so this is my contact page. This is my message. Please fill out the form. So I haven't created the form yet, so I'll create the form. But before that, I have to establish a connection. So remember, we have the contact page here. Okay, so right now, as this is in the same folder, so I'm just using the same name. So what is my file name here? My file name here is contact.html. Okay, because this is an HTML page. So I'm going to use this a tag. Hyperreference would be contact, the same name. So it's best if you just follow the same name. So if your contact page is in the same folder, you will be able to see there's a suggestion from the brackets. So I'm going to use the same thing. So just copy. It's not copy, sorry, just save it. And now go to your, where's our homepage? Okay, so this is our homepage, right? So now we have created the contact page, right? So just take a look on this area. Okay, you'll be able to see there is something says contact.html or contact.htm. That means we have this page. So if you click on this page, what's going to happen? It will navigate us to the new page. See, it's contact me. If you click on back, you're on the same page. Do we have these two pages? No, not yet, because we haven't created yet. So if you click, it's not even going to happen. And we have created a contact.html page where we've linked to the page in our hyperreference. Now, if you click on it, it will navigate you to this page. So usually, let's say, I'm just trying to show you. Okay, so usually contact page contains this kind of information: name, telephone number, your name, telephone number, email, message, and then you have to submit. Okay, so so we're going to create a form right now. Okay, form means where we can type. So let's go to the form area. Where is the form section? This is the form. Okay, so we're going to create something like this. Okay, so okay, here's my contact page. Okay, so this is my contact page. This is the body section. So don't look at this code, okay? Just follow me. So here, in order to create a form, we have to first use the form tag. So what is the form tag? This is just a simple form tag. So open and close a form tag, okay? Inside the form, we'll use like username field, password field, or your first name field, last name field, description, this and that and everything, okay? So at this moment, just forget about this part. You don't have to remember this part, just form. So inside the form, the first thing I'm going to use an input field. So if you want to use an input field, what is input field means? Input field means this, where you can click and type, okay? Where you can click and type. If you go here, input field means this. You all have a like Facebook account, input field means the username and password that you type. If you go to target, sign in page, input field means this, where you can click and type. If you go to create your account, input field means this. You can see first name, last name, this and that thing. Okay, so we're going to create those input fields. So in order to create input field, we have to use the input tag. Input, and this is input tag, and this is again a self-closing tag, because we're not going to write anything in front of these input fields. Okay, so we're not going to write in between something. So we are just using input tag, and which is basically a self-closing tag. So when you have an input tag, first of all, you have to tell using the attributes like, what is this for? Is this for a password? Is this for a username? Is this for email? So what is this for? So because depend on the type, it will show you. Because if you declare the type, so this is the first attribute. So if you declare the type as let's say text, it will show you. But if you declare the type equal to password, then you are not able to see the password. Just like Facebook, when you type your password, usually we don't see the password because this is a confidential information. So this is the input tag. We're saying type equal to text, and then we are just giving a name. Like let's say this will be our first name input tag, where user have to put the first name. I'm using camel case. And then we have a value. Value means if user does not, or if a user do not type anything, what will be the placeholder? So initially you're not going to understand. Let me just show you the output. So this is our input tag. I have created one input tag where user can create, this is a text type input tag, and user should be type the first name here, first name. So let's go to my page. This is my contact page. Oh, sorry. The reason it came wasn't right. So I have created one. Okay, so let's just see where is my output. So see, this is my first input input tag where user have to type their first name. So if you just click on here, remove this, and you can type your first name. So now I need last name. So in order to create the last name one, you just have to copy the same thing. But instead of first name, it should be last name. Last name. So the difference between theirs and ours is they have what? So you can see like they have on top of saying email address, please enter this. So on top of it saying clear, also just in the value. Or some company they have on top of everything. Let's go to this one. So you can see like they're labeling this. This is called label. That means labeling this. Let's say because I don't know like this is first name or not. Let's say if you do not have any value. So how you can do that? So you have, in order to put a label on top, you just have to use the label tag. So let's say this is my input. Okay. So the first label would be first name, right? Label label, and it is again as we are keeping some text inside of the label, so it would be the starting tag and the closing tag. So LBL label. So what would be my text here? My text would be, let's say, first name. And the second label would be last name. So let me just check the page. Yeah. Okay, so we have the first name, which is label, and then we have the first name field. Now, if you don't want to keep this value here, it's okay. You can just change the, you can just remove the value from here. So it would be more good looking. Okay, so okay, so you have to type your first name, you have to type your last name. Okay, so now let's say I don't want this design. I want first name and then just below the first name, the just like this design, just like this design. So what should I do? So I can use, remember I mentioned one tag line break. So this is a line, right? So if I'm using one break, that means this part will go down. If I'm using another break here, this part will go down. If I'm using another BR here, means break tag, it will go down. So I'm going to use some BR tags. So this is my first name. After the first name, I'm going to use a BR tag. After my first name field, I'm going to use another BR tag. I'm going to use another BR tag. Okay, so let's see how it works now. See, we have the same design. So if you want to increase the space from last name to, you can use more BR tag. Okay, so we have first name, we have last name. What else do we need? We need let's say we need let me see, we need the text area. Text box. This one. So remember, when you go to a contact page of any company, you have to type your name. This is telephone, this is email. So these three are same, but instead of type, this should be type equal to text. Instead of telephone number, this should be type equal to number. Instead of email, this should be type equal to alphanumeric. Okay, or you can write like email type just. But how can I create this one where I can write my description? This is called text area. Okay, so if you go here, you can see there is a tag name text area. Okay, so let's go to, so I'm going to create this text area. Text area, closing. Okay, so let's see how does it. So once I've created a first name, then go to, let's say, description, or just message. So let's see if my text area is visible on the page or not. Oops. See, we have a text area visible, but it is in the same line. So that's the reason it's in this position. So what we're going to do, we're going to use a break just after the last name input field box. Okay, so we can use that. So we can use beer. We better use 2 beers. Okay, so let's say our text box size. How can we define the sizes? See, so we need to add another label here, so which will say message. But how can I increase the sizes of my text box? Because right now it's smaller, right? So how can I increase the size like a little bigger? So in order to increase the size, you have to declare two attributes. One is row, and the other one is column. Like how many row? Row means how many? 1, 2. So in this way, how many way you want to go? Column means this way, how many width you're gonna show. They're saying 10 row. That means they're by default giving you a 10 row space. Okay, so this is 1 row, this is 2 row, this is number 3 row, just like this. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See, so they're giving you 10 line rows and 30 lines 30 lines columns. So let's say I'd like to create the same, or so here I'm going to use another attribute ROWS rows. I'm going to use 20, and I'm going to use columns, another 20, another 40. Let's see how my page looks like now. See, 20, 40. So I'm going to use another label here, and it will say instead of first name, it will say message. Okay, so this should be more organized. See, so your first name, your last name, your message. If you want to use email, so you can use email. Let's say you don't know how to use email input field, you don't know about HTML, so just type how to create email input field or input box in HTML. So when you will click on it, you'll be able to see here. So again, I said like this should be same, exactly same, but only difference is type equal to email. Okay, so we can create the same instead of just copying. So email should be right after the first name. So I'm going to create input. This time type equal to email, name equal to email, okay, and we should use another label on top of it, which say it will email. Okay, so let's see if my email field is there or not. Oops, what did I have? Label email. I did not save it, so okay. So the email field is there. So let's take another thing. Let's see how that works. Previously, if you want to increase the input field, the rows and columns works for the input field also. I'm not sure if they have upgraded something. If not, it should work fine. Let me see. That's for okay, so it's not working. Let me see. It's okay, so I am unable to increase the input field box size. So how can I do that? We will do that by using CSS, because previously HTML has the option to do it inline, or HTML is some option, but right now everything is dependent on CSS. So we cannot do that. We can just do in this text area. So can you see this message is also just in front, it came just in front of the same line. So I'm going to use another bear tag here, and okay, so here, so just remove this. Okay, so let's say we're going to use gender here. So gender, for this reason, we're going to use radio button. Let's say I don't know, how can I find radio button? Just use how to add radio button HTML. Okay. So radio button is same as input field, but the type will be radio. Okay, so first of all, let me show you what is radio button. Okay, so remember, I think you were able to see when you open a Facebook account, you have to mention your gender. Either you have, either male, female, or other. You can select one. So there are some options, like you have to select one option out of 3 or 4 options. Or let's say if you're participating in an online multiple choice examination, so you'll have to select one of them. You cannot select both of them, or more than one. So in that case, this is called radio button. Okay? So we're going to create this radio button here. Okay, it's very simple. We don't have to do anything. Just we have to create another input field. This time type equal to radio. And I'm just going to show you some. So as you can see, this is the radio button. When I'll type input type equal to radio, this part will be displayed. But what should my text contain? My text contain, let's say, male. Okay, so that means this is not inside my input text. This is my label. So this male, female, other, these are my label. So just in front of my radio button, just after my radio button, I have to give a label so that this will be identified easily. So I'm giving this name as let's say male, and then I'm going to create another label. This label says male. So I'm just copying the same thing because we're going to create 3 radio buttons. Okay. So the name here should be female, should be and on top of the radio button, so what's going to happen now? Let me just show you our output first. Okay, so go to the contact page, refresh. So I can see we have our radio button already exists, right? But the problem here is we're able to select everything. And also the problem here is I don't want this style. I want, let's say, this style. This 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, this style. So for this reason, let me just copy the message from here. So let me just copy this line. Please select your gender. So I'm going to create a label on top. Label. To gender. So here I'm saying select your gender. I'm going to use so let me just see if my designs work or not. Then we're gonna fix the okay, so let me just add one more space so that it will look more good. So in order to do that, we can use this one. Okay, so see, please select your gender. But the problem here is we're able to select everything, but this is not how radio button works. Radio button should be unique. So in order to give a unique name, you must have to have an ID. For example, let's say in the United States, my name is Ahmed or Masood. There may be thousands of people whose name has the same name as mine. But how can the federal government identify me based on my social security, right? Which is unique. So this is my ID, okay, or my driving license ID, or my citizenship ID number. So we have to have some kind of ID. Otherwise, this all should be same. So I'm going to use ID for this radio button so that it will be unique. Okay. Because right now they're saying, oh, okay, you have 3 radio buttons and all we are considering as same. Okay. So let's just copy it because we don't have that much time. So ID. Yeah. So your input type here, name. And these three radio button basically belongs to this gender. So I'm keeping this gender as their name, and I'm giving the ID as their unique name, which is male. So now that it will be easy to find them. ID is always unique, remember. In real life, in coding, everywhere, ID is always unique. So let's say female, let's say mother. Let's say this page, yes. Let's try now. Close my page. See, right now you are able to click one because right now it is not considering all as the same because we have unique ID. The first one is male, that means it has a male ID. The second one has female, so it is female ID. The third one has other, so it is third one ID. But let's say if we have, this is called radio button. So now I'm going to use checkbox. Checkbox means, I'll show you what checkbox is. Listing checkbox. Oh, okay. I think I have some more. Checkbox. Let me just show you what is checkbox. Listing checkbox. So checkbox are like this. For example, if you want to schedule an appointment in Costco for your tire installation or for your tire regular pressure check, so they have like some options. Like if you have any kind of leakage, select leakage. If you have any kind of tire rotation need, you can just select tire rotation, this and that. So checkbox means you can select multiple options. Okay, you can select more than one options. So for example, let's say if you want to send an email, send a request to contact form, so you have like some like more problems rather than, or more issues you found rather than one. So you can select like more than one. So checkbox are like this. But remember, it's the same thing, input tag, but the type will be checkbox. Okay, the type will be checkbox and the ID will be different. Okay, so it's the same thing we are doing by using the input field. We are doing everything, just only we are changing the type. So let's just this part is called radio button. This part I'm going to use checkbox. This part I can say using. This part I can say using. So this is just for understanding. I'm using comments so that whenever you see the code, it will be easier for you to understand. Oh, okay, this is for this. This code is for text area. So right now we are working on the checkbox. So checkbox is same. You just have to. I'm just going to copy because we are running out of time. Let me copy and then explain what's going on. Okay, so let's say first of all we have to write the input field. This is input. Okay, type equal to checkbox. Okay, so you have to have a unique ID for checkbox. So the ID should be basically the name of the checkbox. So in our checkbox, we're going to contact to a person about his portfolio. So what are the questions that we're going to ask? Let's say we're going to ask him some IT related question. So not IT, let's say HTML related question, HTML, and then you can give a name. You can keep the same name here, or if you want to keep the different, it's up to you. So I'm just using a label on top of it, which will say, what is this checkbox for? This checkbox for, let's say, please select your topic. Okay. So this is checkbox 1. Checkbox 2, I'm just going to copy the same thing. Instead of HTML, I'm saying Selenium. The name should be same as Selenium. I'm going to use, sorry. I'm going to use, let's say tab 1 should be Java. Okay, so I'm going to use this here so that it can break the line and it will display one below another. Okay, let's see how it displays in our page. See, it's here. Please select your topic. So we have selected our topic. We have 3 checkboxes. But remember, in this area, we have created the input field and then we have created labels. Did we created labels here? No. So that's the reason it's not displaying. So we just created a label just below everyone. So just copying. So this is the input field, and we don't want to a line break here. So we don't want a line break here because it should be in the same line. So label, it should say HTML. And then it should say Selenium. The last one, it should say Java. Okay, so let's see how it looks now. See, now we have the HTML, Selenium, Java. So let's say you want to ask this guy some questions. So regarding HTML, Selenium, Java, or just Selenium, Java, just HTML. But your gender should be unique, so it should have select 1. Okay. So we have almost everything. Let's just as the mobile number. So that would be like a full package. So HTML, mobile, input field. Okay. So again, the input field should be same as you are using mobile. It should be type equal to tail. Previously, it was used type equal to number. But right now they're updated with something. So I'm just copying this, and they're declaring a pattern here. This is an extra attribute. Why? So your number from starting from this to that, this to that, and this to the pattern means like from the first digit. For the first digit, it starts from 0 to 9. For the second digit, it should be 3 digits for this pattern. So in order to do this, we can just ignore this because this is for backend programming. So let's say I'm just using one more tag here in mobile. I'm using name instead of ID, removing pattern, using another label, which will say mobile, and then okay. So let's refresh the page. Here we have first name, we have last name, we have mobile, we have email, we have message, we have select your gender, we have radio button, we have checkbox. So what is missing? Missing is submit. So once you provide all the information, you have to submit your form. So the same thing, you just have to add the submit button. You have to add input, and this time type equal to submit. So instead of just input field, it will be now a button. See, this is now a button. So this is now a button. And also, like, if you want to HTML button, if you want to use button, we will have some button tag also. So they'll give you some custom button. So there is, if you want to use input type equal to submit, that also will give you the button. And if you want to use the button tag, you can also use the button tag. This is very simple. So for example, button tag is very easy. Just you have to type button. As we are writing some text, okay, we are writing some text in front between this opening and closing. So this is not an self-closing, it is opening tag, and so we are saying submit. Okay, and type equal to button, and this time type equal to submit. So either one, which one you want to use, that's absolutely fine. When you use, I'm keeping both this both of these two. Just let me show you how button looks like. See, it's the same design. But how can you design the button like they have used? That's CSS. Okay, see, when you are mouse overing, it's basically giving a different color. So that's CSS. So we're going to use later on. So we have the button, so we can change the color, we can add radius, we can change the font. This is basically depends on the CSS. So right now, so yeah, okay. So I'm just going to explain. There is a tag called action. Okay? What is this action means? So whenever you will remember, when you, how do you sign up in Facebook page? When you provide an information and you click on sign up, this is the exactly same thing. Sign up is the, maybe the names are different, but the tabs are the same, like first name, last name. You have to provide the age, you have to provide the email, you have to provide the reason of that you are opening the Facebook, username. So these are the similar types of tags. So what's basically happens? Basically, once you have click on the submit button, okay, then they give us a feedback. Okay, so your Facebook account has been successfully created. That means this information sent to their backend, which is their server, and their server replied, okay, this is successfully created because your information is now stored in our database. But at this moment, we don't have any database. Okay, but if you have this action, so you have to have a different page which is connected with database. So whenever you will create something, click on submit, it will give us a response. So right now, when we are clicking submit button, where should our form this information goes? Nothing, because we have hash. Hash means nothing. It's staying on the same page because we don't have the server page. So that's what it does. Action means if you are mentioning the PHP page, which is connected to the server, so this means this information will be stored in the server, and then it will show this because somehow your information should, why you are entering the information? Because you have to use the information, you have to send it somewhere, or you have to send it to the backend or database so that they can store, and next time when you are logging in the Facebook company, they will identify you, oh, okay, this guy has already registered. Okay, his username is this, his password is this and that. Okay, so this is what exactly this is. So right now, don't think about this. So if you go and see some of the, let's say some of the text, you'll be able to see there's a type, ID, name, value. So there are so many attributes there. Okay, so if you want, you can just read the W2 schools, just what is this value means, what is this and that means. But these are the mandatory things that we have learned. So in order to create a web page, the things that we have, we are going to use, we have learned it so far. So right now our page is a little bit messy because we did not use any CSS. So whenever we are going to use CSS, this will be like more look more professional. Okay. So this is the contact me page. I've created the contact me page. I've created the home page. So you guys have to create the same thing. Okay, the same thing. I would like to see that each of everyone has, you guys are using your information by following the same structure that we have. Okay, by following the same structure that we have, you can use your own photo, your own name. Some of the paragraphs, like that should be the objectives of your page. It should be like 3 to 5 lines or 3 to 4 lines. Then you can remove this one from here. You can add your biographic information, and please don't put your real date of birth because this should be confidential. And if you want, you can skip the age also, and also address. Then you can use skills, and you can use just like the resume. What do you add? Like your academic qualification, your work experience, everything. So
will you be able to share the link once you complete?
Sorry?
Will we be able to share the link? I mean, site's link, or it will be just for personal network. Whenever we'll create the page, portfolio.
Let me just try to find one for you so that everybody will be in the same stage.
Because I already created it.
Let's see. Because I should use a simple one because we haven't started the CSS yet. So just I'm explaining this one. So can you see their information, how there are two parts? They have used a table. Okay, this is column 1, this is column 2, right? So in the first column, this is one row. This part is one row. Okay, one row, first column, second column. First column, they're keeping this logo, and on the other side of the table, they're using this information. In the second column, they're not using anything, it's empty. But on the other side, on the second column, they're using this description. This is third column, they're using heading, and this is fourth column, they're using information. So this is a table. If you just consider this, like this should be column 1, this should be column 2, then we have row 1, then we have row 2, we have row number 3, and row 4, just like this. So Let me find a easy one for. So you know what? Like you guys can just follow mine, but whatever design you can put using HTML, not anything else. Using HTML, it's up to you. If you want to follow any specific design from any of the Google images or Google resumes, it's up to you. Okay, but this should be contain just like a portfolio, just like this one. It should contain bio, academic qualification, work experience, skills, objectives, skill, and then there should be like some other pages. You have to also complete some other pages. And whenever I'll click on this page, it should go to this particular page. Okay. So one more thing, as we have the contact page. Okay, just let me show you something. And let's say this. Okay. So let's say when we have this page, okay, they don't have anything in the footer section. Okay, they have. Okay, so when we have homepage, we have the same footer. Okay. When we have the service page, again we have the same footer. These are the Facebook icon they have used, and they're linked. Okay. The reason it blinks because they have used some CSS mouse over. Okay. And so what they did, they just use a link or with the Facebook icon image, and if you click on it, it will go to their particular Facebook page. Okay. So you can see like the footer section is almost same for every page. So what we're gonna do in our case, okay, so in our case, as you can see, in the very first homepage, we have about me, achievement, work experience, contact. But when we click on the contact, we don't have those information. So first of all, whatever page you're going to create, you will have to have the same footer. Okay, and just to organize, you can use an horizontal line here. Okay, and you can use this. So in our next class, I'd like to create a website which should contain the following information. So when I'm going to click on this About Me page, it should go to the About Me page. And when I'm going to click on this achievement page, it should go to the achievement page. It should, whatever information you want to keep, however you want to design, it's up to you. For About Us, it just contains some of the descriptions, achievements. I mean, it's up to you how you're going to design. But I would like to see like different pages you can create based on the HTML code only. No, some of you might be familiar with CSS. Don't use just CSS right now. So just try to create a design for your HTML page, and make sure all of the page has the same footer. So all of the page, this part should be common. So whenever, let's say I'm in the contact page, and when I'm in the contact page, I'm clicking on this About Me page, it should redirect me to the About This page. Okay. So then you'll be able to understand how to create a web page. And we're almost there. We have created almost a structure. Okay. The only thing left is design. So can you please write down in your note that the first thing you have to create a portfolio page, not page, portfolio website. Okay. Which has the following information, and I'll definitely share this everything with you. So remember, this is the thing that you have to practice from here, from my code. You don't have to learn like all the codes from W3 schools because it's a lot of things. These are the mandatory things that if you know those information, that means you can create your web page. And right now your web page is very simple because remember I showed you when Google, Yahoo, they did not use the CSS, what was their look. So we haven't used the CSS yet. So once we'll use the CSS, it will be more organized, more beautiful, more decorated, so everything. So your first task would be this portfolio, and your second task would be create a Google page. Okay, create this page. You can see About Store. So in that case, you don't have to create any About Us extra page. Just give us a link, and you don't have to create an extra page for About Us. but it should be the same structure. And as we are not using the CSS, so all of this will be like in the left side. Okay, so what's going to happen, like when we will do in our next class, let me show you. When we will start our next class, the CSS, so we're going to create a complete CSS page, so that you will understand like how easy to create a Google page. November. Oh. Okay, so see, this was their original website. They did not have anything. They have used their HTML. They did not even use the CSS. So when you will create the Google page like this, the text will be on the left side. The logo will be on the left side. Then you will have your column. Everything will be on the left side. Even if you're using the button, it does not look that good. Okay, it does not look, or it will not look that good. So I would like to create a Google page. So once we learn CSS, then we can create the whole Google page. Then you will be able to understand, oh, okay, this is a very simple thing to create the Google page. Okay, so do you guys have any question for me? And how are you going to practice? Just before I finish, how are you going to practice? First of all, start from the index.html, go one by one. Okay, try to understand each tag. If you have any confusion, just go to Google, search on HTML image tag, HTML heading, HTML paragraph, and I have already commented everything, so it should be fine. And make sure you are doing your homework like very carefully, because if you want to get a job, okay, you are here for what? You are here for preparing yourself for a job. And I can guarantee you, if you just follow my instruction, you'll get a job within next 4 months. Okay. In the meantime, you don't have to follow any other thing from the YouTube. You don't have to learn any other extra things, because YouTube and some other things, they have the information, they have the tutorials, but they don't have all the tutorials in a sequential basis. They don't have the real-time based scenarios. So make sure that you guys are obviously doing my homework. Then that's the main reason I'm keeping one-day class around like 5 hours closely, so that we can cover the whole study at one day, and you will get some extra time in Saturday to do your homework. So if you have any difficulties, Google is your friend. If you don't know how to search, or if you have any issues, feel free to reach out in our WhatsApp group chat. So do you guys have any question for me? And the other thing is, like, I think some of you are new. So can you please share your email address to the, our
The chat.
yeah, to our WebEx?
Yeah.
I mean, the person that haven't shared the email address yet, please share your email address so that I can send my files right after the class. And you will have your document, you will have your this file. So you just have to download it and drag and drop to your in your bracket, and you can double click on this HTML file so that you will be able to see it on the homepage. And these are some of the informations that is written in my document. That is, I have already covered. I didn't even look those. So if you practice, I mean, these are super easy. And there are two things I did not cover. One is ID, the deep section. The reason I did not cover, because deep section comes with the CSS. So please skip this deep part. What is ID and what is class? These two section you can skip. Okay. So this will be discussed when we'll start the CSS. So any question? And please share your email in the group chat so that I can send you the file immediately. Any question for me, guys?
So far, it's good. I think.
Okay, all right. And make sure, again, if you face any difficulties, feel free to ask question at any time in our group chat. And whoever knows this question, please answer this question, because if you share your knowledge, that means your knowledge is increasing more and more. And if because I do a job from Monday to Friday, so if I'll see your message and I'll give you the reply, so it could be a little bit late, but inshallah I'll try my best. And good luck. And also, like, in your HTML document, on the very last page, you'll be able to see your homework. The document says HTML. On the very last page, you will be see like what is your homework. Okay. So take care and good luck. And hopefully, like, after the next class, we'll be able to create a, we'll be able to create a beautiful web page.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.